apparent to us that this was going to be pretty doggone expensive for the more coverage was involved, various types of coverage. Activities will be about the same as they have been. It means that the part of the program that we've allocated, the money that we've allocated for these political elections and things of that kind will not be available. The program, as we have been able to carry it out up to date, will be maintained. See? Now, you'll notice, all of you, I think were in attendance in one place or another when we had the area meetings. The committee felt that this would be a good idea to call these area meetings, and we toured the state again and all 14 of the central bodies. This was designed to stimulate more interest, give us an opportunity to do a little work on these constitutional amendments, and we think it paid off. We think this helped. You see what I'm talking about? But it still costs money to do this. You see what I'm talking about? But it was less expensive on the local people than to call them in together and done it at one time, which would certainly been easier on us. We got good participation in a number of areas, and we had some unaffiliated groups out that it made an impression on them. It all adds up. Now, we might have to restrict that type of activity. It might not be possible for us in the near future to put on that type of a program. See what I'm talking about? Now, this is what we had to do. I might point this out to you. Some of you are familiar with this, some of you are not. When we went into this fight on these referendums, we had to appeal to the local central labor unions on helping setting up some programs in this state to help to defeat particularly the reapportionment amendment. And I got on the road and started off at Biloxi, the coast. We arranged meetings down there with the central body presidents of the Jackson County and the Harrison County groups. You got members of the legislature in the conference. Laid the groundwork of a program asking them to pick up the tab, and they agreed to. We did the same thing in Hattiesburg and Law. The central labor unions had to pick up the tab on these programs, and they did. See, same thing, I'm not too sure. I got Gray and worked out a program in Meridian. I don't know if the CLU picked the tab up on it or not, but this was...
Picked the tab up on the meeting place.
They did? Well, this was the approach we had to give. Same thing over in Columbus. Marvin, what did y'all do over there? I never did. But anyhow, what it's actually not that important. What I'm really getting at here is that we didn't have the money to put into this kind of a thing. And we had to depend on the central bodies. And of course, there were some other groups that came in and helped out. But it wasn't just a piece of chance here that this thing happened. We put a lot of work in here in trying to coordinate this thing and get the program pushed off in addition to what we were doing. And I think in some areas, by job, a real bang-up job was done. The vote showed. They showed up in the vote, you know what I mean? And these people know this. We made some good friends, by the way, in some of these legislators that hadn't been too friendly with us as a result of our cooperation with them in this. People like Stanford Morris in Biloxi, Gulfport, senator down there, who's been kind of hard for me to get to. I think Stan's all right. Your boy Davis here, representative from Hines County, he's been more friendly and more cordial and receptive since that than I've ever seen him. Stuff like this. Now, I don't know what happened in Natchez. I called Robert Fly. I wasn't able to get down there and told Robert what we was doing to see what he could do down there. See? But anyhow, we put it all together, and it all added up. But the thing about it, we had to appeal to the central bodies for finances. We didn't have it.
So that's what happened in our case, and
Right.
the CLU taking care of it down there, and in turn, we asked each local to contribute back to help build our funds back up to CLU, which they did.
And this, of course, you see, this is kind of an embarrassing thing. This is a statewide problem, and here the state council ain't got the money. We got to appeal to the local groups, and some of these groups, they got good reason to expect the state council to pick up the tab on stuff like this. But we are going to buy the cork at that thing tomorrow. Well, how about it? Are y'all ready to vote on this matter?
Let me say, can I say something?
Yeah, all right.
We're fixing to vote on it, but, if we do call this convention come March,
Yeah,
when we gonna call it,
yeah.
aren't we gonna be opening doors for some other small local? I mean,
Opening doors for any
local.
anything.
I mean, this is on the same case as Bruton's case, is to my thinking that we're,
They could bring it to 15 cents.
I
Doesn't
want
mean they
to,
couldn't do that.
I go back again, I wanna help these people. But yet
Anytime you have a convention, you opening the doors.
but we're opening the door to a special convention now.
Well, let's put it this way, Papa. I think that there's enough people here on this board, with the people they represent, that we can, do our best to support what we go in there with and hope that we got votes enough to keep anything else from happening. You know what I mean? We were, they adopted this program, and we were able to, put it over in the face of, some stiff opposition, even there. So that's where we find ourselves. What we're trying to do here is to find something that the board can support, and it'll be our responsibility, if we go into convention with us, to see that this is what's adopted by the convention. That's the reason for the proposal, to find something that we can support that'll be agreeable to this group. Otherwise, we have to stay at 22.5 cents. We can't go into the convention, cut dues to 20 cents and have amalgamated leave us, we're in worse shape. That's the reason that we've got to have an understanding about this thing before we call a convention. I think y'all understand that. The reason we've set this date of January the 1st. You see, it takes time to work up one of these conventions. March the 2nd, January the 1st to March the 2nd only gives us 2 months, you might say, to get prepared for it. So I think we've cut it down as soon as we can, everything considered as far as the time concerned. Rita, I think you understand that.
Yes, sir, I certainly understand it, and I think you've taken excessive time and given us excessive consideration. I've been with this group a long time, and certainly I know that every one of you know that I want to stay, but we still have to live within our means. And when you come to voting, I think that I'm going to have to decline voting, because it does pertain to me. If I were in a position where I could pay it, like the other people around the table, certainly I'd go along with it, but in the position I'm in, I think I'm going to have to decline voting it, and I certainly have no ill feeling. I think that everyone has been more than kind about it.
Oh, we appreciate that, Freda. We all recognize the position that you and W.A. both find yourself in here.
well, I'd like to say too that, it's nothing personal involved, and nobody has a quarrel with the program in any form. It's just a matter of the membership has just gotten the feeling that it's exceeding their estimation, and it's got involved, it's international and everything, so we're just decline voting. So whatever you feel appropriate, why.
Unless we have a division
There's
of
no
the House, we'll
personal-
do it by voice vote, unless somebody
There's no personal
requests
feelings on it, on our
request a
part,
voice
any
division
form
of
at
the
all.
House, unless somebody wants to be recorded of voting against it, then we'll do it by
So
voice
that's-
vote as we always do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to be recorded voting against it.
We haven't put it yet, we haven't yet got a motion on the floor to adopt the committee's
Well, you
proposal.
have, your committee recommended the adoption, I
committee is
presume, or you
recommendation.
wouldn't have it up here.
All right, then we're not necessary. The committee recommendation is before you then. Are you ready for the vote?
Let me get back to this thing here again. In the event, we don't decide on this 20-cent share to 22, we could go that thing up to 25, is that right?
It's a special.
I mean, on a special convention, we could go either way.
Well, this is where we'll be. We will
For
be in
better or
a
worse.
position, if this is rejected by the amalgamation, this convention reverts back to June in connection with the Coke Convention, at which time we have some constitutional amendments. If you remember, they set up a committee to go over this Constitution and make certain proposals. And we felt we could call a short convention, probably a half a day, connected with a Cope convention to take up these matters. And of course, we will review this thing with the board again at that time, if the board, it might be necessary in the meantime to come up with something else. We don't know. See what I mean? But the matter will be up for review. If they reject it, the dues will stay at 22.5 cents. And then members of this board, we will have to review it again in the near future. That's where we'll be. Has that answered?
That answers.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Not all in favor of the committee's recommendation, let it be known by saying aye.
I go along with it.
All opposed?
No.
You want the record to show?
I sure want it to
All right.
show.
Let the record show that
I think it's
Brother
a
Bowers
mistake.
opposed well, you need Dan Bowers here to support you. Dan would be right with you all the way. He was supposed to be down here and he was sick. Well, that takes care of that. Now, the other matter that I think will finish up our business, unless some of you have something you need to bring up here, is a matter of setting our Cope convention in the month of June. We felt that we should bring this matter up. If you want to put this in the hands of the executive committee, well, that's all right too. We thought we'd have some information here for you today in regards to hotel accommodations. We felt like that June the 15th, under our Cope convention, would be the ideal date. It would be about 10 days after the deadline for qualifying. You got to call it within 45 days, I believe it is, ain't it?
Not under 45, not more than 60.
Yeah. After the deadline for qualifying, but we need to do this as quick as possible in order that we know what we're going to do and go to work in the campaign, see? But we got checking around here with the hotels, and we find we've got problems of getting hotel accommodations here in Jackson on that date. And there's a good possibility that we might have to hold the thing away from Jackson. Maybe, I don't know, in Meridian, maybe, or Vicksburg, or someplace like that, centrally located, if that's what the board wants to do. But it's going to be a real problem to find a meeting place and hotel accommodation in the period we need to have it in, here in the city of Jackson. They've got the Rainbow Girls in here on the date that we thought we could use. It ain't just a meeting place, it's the fact that the hotel rooms are all taken up, and not just a meeting place, you see. Tom, he's been out there talking with the Robert E. Lee and the King Edward, and we've got problems of a nature that we've been trying to avoid here, and this is one of the reasons we use this hotel. It's on account of the fact that we have a few Negro delegates at these conventions. You know, we had a problem come up at the King Edward down there when we had the last Cope convention, and we have to consider this matter. So we're really not in a position yet, I guess, for the board to make a decision on this thing, but we want you to know that we're working on it and trying to do something with it. The 15th of June would be the ideal time, which means that we could probably have our state Cope meeting on a Thursday, Tom. 13th. Then have this special convention we referred to on the 14th. And then the Cope convention on the 15th. That's the way we kind of mapped it out, roughly, to do it, you see. We've got to have this screening committee set up to interview the candidates as we did 4 years ago. See what I'm talking about? We've got to do that. We've got to allow time for that. This takes about a week. Some of you participated in it the last time. So we've got to allow ourselves approximately a 10-day period in there in order to have time enough to do everything. Yet we got to do it as quick as possible after the deadline for qualifying, so we'll know who we're going to work for. See? Well, that's where we are with the thing. I'd like to hear from some of you. If you want to put it in the hands of the committee, of course, in the absence of a board meeting, the committee handles it in a way. But would you be agreeable to holding the thing in a place like Meridian if we find the facilities, or Vicksburg is more centrally located? Or do you want to go to the Gulf Coast with it?
Yes, I'll go for it.
What, the coast?
I'm against that.
You against the coast? Look at John, one end or the other. John, I know how you feel. When I left Pascagoula the other morning driving to Little Rock, Arkansas, I know just how you feel, just about that distance.
Well, I don't particularly care where you have it, I mean,
Yeah.
wherever you wanna have it, I'll be there.
Vicksburg one time had liquor delicates. Didn't have-
Yes, that's right. We worked this out, of course, with the city officials. We always tell them, in advance, now, we got this problem, we got to have an understanding in advance, see, that they'd be allowed to come into the meeting places, and we didn't have any problems over there, and it might be, we might have to go to Vicksburg.
Well, for a motion,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that this be left in the hands of the committee as to the time and place.
As to the time and the place.
I second.
Second on that motion? Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, the financial situation being what it is, we have to avoid calling any more meetings of the board than necessary. You notice we try to tie these things together. For instance, we got this thing tomorrow, and we felt that y'all would certainly be interested and get a lot out of this thing tomorrow. Therefore, we postponed it the last time we had it set because we had to reschedule this thing. I think you understand that. Now, there's another matter that it might be necessary for the committee to handle in the absence of a board meeting, and that would be the screening committee. Would you like for that also to be placed in the hands of the executive committee? And naming the screening committee, Bert?
Would that be, well, how was that done last year? I don't
Well,
know.
last
Did the
night,
board do it
the
last
board named a 10-man committee. You know what I'm talking about. This time we might have to cut it down, I don't know. Frankly, I think the executive committee.
I make a
makes
motion
you
that
a
the
good
executive
screening
committee, handle the
Matter
matter.
of the screening committee.
Yeah.
Executive, I was thinking.
Any further discussion on that matter? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed? All right, now, Tom, as far as I know, that takes care of the items that I have to take up with the board meeting. Do we have anything here that I've overlooked or that you have to bring up?
I wanna pass these out, and then everybody will be at the board meeting tomorrow, and I'll pay them tomorrow. If everybody'll have them filled out,
It'll
it'll
take
speed
'em-
time up, speed things up. If you'll give them to me in the morning at registration,
Or
or
during the noon
during
hour.
the noon hour, I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave at noon, then, I'll pay everybody.
You just pass you out your vouchers so you can get what
You
your
have it
hotel
ready,
bill
buddy.
is and put it on, and see what I'm talking about, and turn in your voucher after you pay your bill if you like to. I mean, your bill, your hotel bill. Tom, do we have anything that I've overlooked? Does any other member of the board have any items that they'd like to present or bring up before the board?
Pay me now.
Here's a spray suit, that down there, it's 5 cents, and you get
Yeah,
it.
we got
Spray
some
suit, the other day I got one, I spray suit.
We haven't, has any other member of the board have anything to bring up before the meeting, before we adjourn? How many of you, all of you gonna be able to stay over for the conference tomorrow?
Time's that gonna be over
Restoration starts at, over. Well, we hope to run the thing by this program, and I believe we got.
Insurance. Then down here, they quote you the price on the life insurance, and the price on the life insurance is the same regardless of which plan you get on the health.
How'd you put employees welfare
there then.
plan that Jim's got over there, goes through the whole program.
Yeah, but this is
As
for
it
the,
is,
this
as
is
if
for
it
the
was a
complete program.
package plan, huh?
This is for the complete program where the complete program is bought. Now, this was printed primarily for the AFL-CIO.
Well, if we can get the hospitalization, it would certainly be a break there. It'd be much cheaper just to take the hospitalization out if we can get that separate. See?
The thing about this thing is, the problem we got now, if we don't get in it by the 1st of October, it'll be the 1st of September 1961 before we'll be accepted. We've got 1 week to do this. They won't accept, he has extended the deadline from September 1st to October 1st.
Well, couldn't we do this? Of course, I think definitely that you ought to be in on some plan. You don't have to wait a year to get in on some plan. But, couldn't we make some motion here today to the effect that, you could write and find out about whether or not you could take them separately? And if not, then go under this plan as you've outlined, at least
The rest of the year?
the rest of the year.
You wanna offer that as a motion?
I'll offer that as a motion, because I think definitely you ought to be in under some plan.
You get his motion here, Brother Knight? You heard his motion now, he's offering a motion. Go ahead and state your motion, Brother.
Well,
Knight.
my motion is that, they write to this, company, find out whether or not they can take the hospitalization and leave the life insurance off. And if so, do that and shop around for their insurance. And if not, they come in under the plan as he has outlined it here, at least for the rest of the year.
How much life insurance do you all plan on?
That's the, you talking about the hospitalization plan with a private carrier here.
No, I'm talking
Oh,
about
the
your
plan.
plan that you
I mean, no, but
outlined.
your motion is that he find out if, we can get the hospitalization plan C here, separate from the rest of it. And if so, go ahead and take it out.
That's
If
right.
we can't get it separate, then go ahead and
Take
take
the
insurance
package
with a
deal.
private carrier here.
No, take
No.
your package
Oh, take the
deal.
package deal. I
With the
see.
life insurance.
I
Take your
see.
package deal with a life
Oh,
insurance.
with the old, I see. Okay, we get a second to that
Because
motion?
it's only a little more than $200 more than the other, and,
Yeah, well,
it's much better insurance.
You better check those figures again. You're gonna run more.
Huh?
Better check these figures again.
Well, now, I was going on the figures he gave. I'm not
$300,
saying-
I think it runs that.
I didn't have the figures, I just going by what he said.
That was a rough figure. How much you think?
Figuring 5,000.
The only thing I'm interested in, to be frankly with you about it, is hospitalization and the accident
Yeah, that's the
insurance. I've got
main
all the life insurance I need, and, you know.
Well, of course, I know you are, but,
We thought this thing, though, the thing about it, you see, this is a group plan. This AFL-CIO plan is, and by virtue of being a group plan, actually your premium rates are gonna be much lower. This thing here that we've been dealing with is a private carrier. Geez, my goodness life, it runs completely out of sight. See, on an individual basis. You know what I'm talking
This
about?
is what it is with 5,000 life insurance.
That's my motion was made with the understanding that the figures quoted were approximately right.
Approximately
Of course, if
right,
it's
yeah.
gonna run $500-600
All right.
more or something, that would
Let's
change
let
the
them see
picture.
what it looks like here.
If you figure $5,000 worth of life insurance, I did just to get a rough figure.
Yeah.
That would be, for each one of the three of you, that would be 15 times $165, $1,000 coverage. Now that's not accident, now that's just life. That would, run you 15 times 165 is $24.75 a month, times 12 months is $337. Added to your $637.20. The whole package there would cost you $974.20 a year.
That's less than we.
Now, is that the
Yeah.
whole thing?
This does not include accident insurance now, this is just life insurance.
Well, what would it, run, including the
We figure the
accident?
accident in there. When we
What
figure-
about what Tom had?
Right, accident insurance would cost 67.5 cents for $5,000 worth per month, per person.
I figure it's
Well, it
approximately
run right
right.
around what he
Let's see,
said.
67.5 cents.
Well,
Well,
I knew it'd be a few dollars.
times 3 times 12, easily.
We done that in a hurry. As an interesting comparison there, though, there's only $637 for the hospital insurance outside of the 800 and something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could get that hospitalization insurance and get your life insurance somewhere else, you'd really have a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Costs you
reason,
about
let me
$24.30
clarify.
a year for all three of you. For the-
How much?
$24.30 for the year for all three of them, for the A, B, and D.
It's close around, and the figure that we quoted you, around $1,000, we said it.
Yeah, the reason we, I might add to what Claude said, the reason we bring this stuff back up again is the fact that these figures completely, go far beyond any figures considered previously by this board for insurance. And that's, I mean, like you said, we got the minutes, read them, played the tape back, and we just didn't feel, at liberty to go ahead and do anything like this, because these figures were completely out of reach of anything that had been discussed before.
Well, you got motion before you
That
now.
doesn't include any liability or anything like that, we discussed that too.
You mean this other, the one we've been dealing with here locally?
No, I mean, at our last board meeting,
Yeah.
did we discuss, getting liability insurance?
Well, we've got liability, of
Who
course,
has it?
on the automobile.
What kind of insurance do y'all have now?
We don't have
Well,
any.
we better take out some liability today.
He said they had liability on
We got liability
I'm
on
not
that.
talking about on the automobile, I'm talking about for the county.
Well, let me say this.
Well, we're liable for y'all's well-being.
And you're also liable if any person comes in that office up there and should trip and fall and hurt themselves, you'd be liable for that.
Well, the owner of the building should be carrying that.
You're renting, so you.
Yeah, you're renting, and the owner of the building is responsible.
Well,
I know for the cut building, we have to carry that.
we've got your motion here now. Would you like to dispose of it? You want to discuss it further? I think Brother Knight and myself understand what the motion means now. I mean,
Did I get a second on it?
Yeah, we have a second.
Yeah, Brother Jim.
We have any further discussion on it? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, we've got this program that Dan's been working on. He's got the first phase of it complete. While we've got the board together, Dan, I think maybe we ought to review that phase of that program you got prepared here. Just briefly.
I don't know, Claude. I'll have the whole thing. What I was thinking in terms of is when the whole prospectus is complete, which will be sometime between now and the 1st of November, I hope, that it be printed, mimeographed, sent out to each board member. Then we call a board meeting in order to act upon this and set a date for a special convention. I can see no purpose in reading it aloud now would serve.
The first phase of it, the reason I thought it might be a good idea to review this thing, it might be that some of them might have some ideas that we've overlooked, that's all. You know,
Well, this is only an introduction. This is not the, I don't spell out the program, you know,
yes, I know that.
in a sense, and, if you wanna read it, I'll read it, but
Well, we can let Tom read it. You don't have to read it. Go ahead. It won't take but a minute. Read it so they'll have at least an idea of what the thing is headed for, since we're all together here. It won't take but a minute.
Time for action.
long enough to write it. Took long enough to write it.
I'll grant you it took long enough to write it.
Big business accelerates its political action. While for many years big business and Wall Street banking interests have exerted a major influence on the federal and state governments, in the past 2 years the corporations and business associations have expanded and accelerated their political activities on a scale unprecedented in the history of the United States in a desperate effort to gain complete control of these governments. Fortune magazine in December 1959 issue said that the corporations are marshaling their junior and senior executives in training courses for practical politics at the precinct, city, state, and national levels, and are issuing ready-made arguments for the fray. Among the corporations leading the big business Massive Political Offensive Art, American Can Incorporated, Alice Chalmers Manufacturing Company, Borg Warner Incorporated, E.I. DuPont D. Nemours and Company Incorporated, Eli Lilly and Company Incorporated, F.W. Woolworth Company, Ford Motor Company, Gulf Oil Company, General Electric Incorporated, General Motors Corporation, Johnson & Johnson Incorporated, Monsanto Chemical Company, Quaker Oats Company, Republic Steel Corporation, R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, Sears Roebuck and Company, United States Rubber Company, United States Steel Corporation. The United States Chamber of Commerce brought out a course in practical politics early in 1959. By May 1960, more than 200 business firms and over 500 local chambers of commerce had used this course to train 67,230 people in 1,063 cities and towns in 50 states. The National Association of Manufacturers also has produced a course in practical politics for corporation executives and management personnel. The NAM course has been purchased by over 150 of the larger corporations and has been used to train more than 2,000 persons. Fortune magazine said the Effective Citizens Organization, ECO, a corporation-sponsored group, has presented special seminars for political action training to over 1,000 executives from top-level management of more than 500 companies since 1956, and reports that it can no longer keep up with the request for the presentation of these training institutes. In reporting the recent National Association of Manufacturers convention, NAM News revealed how these corporations operate politically at the county level in their attempts to take over control of state legislatures. The NAM News said, Paul Youngblood Sr., president of the Southern Steel Company of San Antonio, Texas, told how a group of private businessmen had successfully helped elect conservative candidates to the Texas state legislature for the last 20 years. The Texas group first carefully selects candidates with business experience and conservative views, Youngblood said. Then it raises the full cost of their campaigns and hires a professional campaign manager, publicity man, speechwriter, and advertising agency to get them elected. The system works, Youngblood reported. In the past 10 years, his group in
Bexar County.
What?
Bexar County.
Bexar County has nominated 30 candidates for the Texas legislature and elected 26 of them. Not only in Texas, but in Mississippi and all over the United States, big business in its greed for greater profits and greater power is making an all-out attempt to take over control of state and federal governments, to cripple and shackle unions. One of the major objectives of the big business drive for control of state and federal governments is to pass legislation to cripple and shackle unions so they can no longer effectively bargain for wages, hours, working conditions, and fringe benefits. The enemies of labor reason that when unions are so chained down by anti-labor laws that it becomes impossible to successfully bargain for the workers, then the unions will cease to exist. We have seen the pattern of this strategy to cripple and shackle unions unfold, beginning with the Smith-Connolly anti-strike law in 1943, the unsuccessful attempt to pass the compulsory arbitration case bill in 1946. I believe I used the figure 1946, back there is 1943. The passage of the vicious Taft-Hartley law in 1947 and the anti-labor Landrum-Griffin law in 1959. On the state level in 1954, we saw the Mississippi legislature pass the Right to Work law to deny any form of union security. In 1960, we saw this anti-labor law written into the state constitution by a tricky and illegal referendum engineered by the enemies of labor. Also in 1960, we saw he says here, a labor-hating governor. We changed that to by an anti-labor governor, and his majority in the legislature severely weakened the workmen's compensation law. We have seen local laws enacted to prevent the organization of workers in Canton, Lexington, Yazoo City, Grenada, and possibly others. Nearly every year we have seen more and more laws passed to shackle organized labor. As each additional anti-labor law is passed, it becomes increasingly difficult to organize, to bargain, to settle grievances, and to protect workers against unemployment caused by the rapid advance of automation. More anti-labor laws may be passed. Both at the national and state levels, more anti-labor legislation will be attempted to further cripple and shackle the trade union movement. In 1961, in the United States Congress, efforts will probably be made to pass a labor antitrust act to break up national and international unions and to prevent industry-wide, company-wide, region-wide, and even city-wide bargaining, leaving plant by plant and job by job bargaining as the only legal way for unions to negotiate for their members. Such restricted bargaining, of course, will produce only meager benefits for the workers. In the state legislature, the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, the State Chamber of Commerce, the Mississippi Economic Council, and other anti-labor groups will likely try to pass such legislation as a right to hire bill to outlaw all union job jurisdiction, seniority, and job security, and to legalize and encourage speed-ups in the industrial plants and on construction jobs. 2, a just and collectible damages law to permit a union to be sued for damages whenever a strike or any other activity of the local union results in loss of production or profits in a plant or on a job, and to make the personal property of all union members who participated in the damaging action liable to seizure and sale to satisfy any judgment awarded management in excess of the assets of the local union itself. 3, a fair pay bill to prohibit a union from requiring any employer to pay for time not actually worked. Such a law could abolish all paid vacations and holidays. Where is this going?
That's just instruction. Study on something.
No, it's all right. I guess I'll go up front. Unless we wake up and develop our political power. With the well-trained and well-financed forces of big business going all out to elect and control the Mississippi legislature and the United States Congress, most of the proposed anti-labor legislation described in the preceding paragraphs will probably be enacted into law during the next 4 or 5 years, unless we wake up and take necessary action to defend ourselves. The survival and advancement of organized labor depend on how much effort and money the unions and their leaders put forth in the coming months to achieve maximum development of labor's political power. While during the past 20 years the unions have increasingly become more politically conscious and active, now we can no longer risk the part-time effort, the hit or miss methods, and the severe lack of money which has restricted our political program in past years. The rocket-like acceleration of big business political activity in the past 2 years makes absolutely necessary the rapid expansion and adequate financing of labor's political efforts in the coming months. The survival of our unions is at stake. The anti-labor laws we have today, the strong probability of even more severe legislation to cripple unions tomorrow, the meager workmen's and unemployment compensation Mississippi workers receive, and the high, unfair taxation of the working people are the direct results of our failure to put forth the long-range planning, the money, and the effort necessary to develop the great potential political power of the trade unions. Organized labor is Mississippi's largest economic group with over 195,000 potential votes. With more than 50,000 members of organized labor in Mississippi, of which more than 45,000 are AFL-CIO members, we are the largest economic organization in the state. We have as many members as the combined total membership of the Farm Bureau, the city, county, and state chambers of commerce, the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, the Mississippi Economic Council. Yet today we are probably weaker politically than any of these organizations because they have spent the time and money necessary to develop and mobilize their political strength while we have not. Organized labor has a potential of more than 195,000 votes in Mississippi, as the following calculation will show. Union members more than 50,000. Nearly all these union members have wives or husbands, totaling more than 45,000. Each union member has at least two relatives, close friends or neighbors who could be influenced to vote with organized labor, these totaling more than 100,000. Potential organized labor vote more than 195,000. In the 1959 Mississippi gubernatorial first primary, a total 441,047 votes were cast, with 220,524 votes needed for a majority. Had 75% of labor's potential vote of 195,000 voted, we would have had a labor vote total 145,250. A labor vote of 145,000 in addition to the votes received outside of labor would have assured the election of the labor recommended gubernatorial candidate. This labor vote would have also elected a friendly majority in the legislature. But less than 6% of the labor vote was mobilized at 59, right, Dan? You got 58. I checked it here. However, we have not developed and mobilized our potential vote. Probably less than 27,000 of this 195,000 labor potential have qualified to vote by paying their poll tax and registering. Of the less than 27,000 who have qualified, probably less than 17,500 actually voted on election day. Of the less than 17,500 who voted, it is likely that less than 12,250 voted for the gubernatorial legislative candidates recommended by the Mississippi AFL-CIO Committee on Political Education. Thus, in the 1959 primary, we probably developed and mobilized less than 6% of our potential vote, less than 12,250 of 195,000 potential in support of candidates recommended by the state AFL-CIO. Consequently, the labor recommended candidate for governor was defeated, as were many candidates for the state legislature who were friendly to labor. Well-planned and adequately financed program necessary to mobilize vote. A high percentage of this 195,000 potential labor vote can be developed and mobilized with a carefully planned, well-organized, and adequately financed program. 2. 1. Get our union members, their families, and friends qualified to vote. 2. Provide the organizational and mechanical means of communicating to these members, their families and friends, the real issues of an election, the positions of the candidates on these issues, and the names of the candidates recommended by the Mississippi AFL-CIO. 3. Provide adequate financial support to encourage candidates friendly to labor to run for public office. To stop anti-labor legislation, to get laws to benefit workers. If between now and August 1963 we can develop and mobilize only 36% to 41% of this 195,000 potential labor vote, if we can muster a statewide vote of between 70,000 and 80,000, we can almost assure the election of a friendly governor, lieutenant governor, and majority in the state legislature. Then, with a well-planned and extensive public relations campaign to build public support for our legislative proposal, not only can we prevent the passage of any more anti-labor legislation, but we can, number 1, increase and improve workmen's compensation. 2, increase and improve unemployment insurance compensation. 3, pass a statewide Davis-Bacon Act to provide for a prevailing wage on all state, county, and municipal construction. 4, establish a state Department of Labor. 5, enact a temporary disability insurance law to provide compensation for disability from non-occupational illness or accident. 6, reduce tax load on the working people. 7, enact civil service law to protect state employees. 8, enact other laws to benefit the people of Mississippi. That organized labor's potential political power can be developed and mobilized. That a labor legislative program can be enacted into law has been clearly demonstrated in the neighboring state of Louisiana. While organized labor has a much larger membership in Louisiana than in Mississippi, labor's potential vote in proportion to the total vote in each state is almost the same. What has been accomplished by labor in Louisiana can also be done by labor in Mississippi. The Louisiana story, repeal of right to work, increase of workmen's and unemployment compensation, and other pro-labor legislation. In 1954, despite the AFL and the CIO jointly spending a total of over $100,000 in a frantic, last-minute public relations campaign and lobbying effort, the Louisiana legislature enacted a right-to-work law. Poorer, sadder, but wiser, labor in Louisiana learned that a legislature elected by Manufacturers Association, the Right to Work Committee, and the state and local chambers of commerce could not be influenced by labor, no matter how much money was spent and how many union members were brought to the Capitol to lobby. Shortly after the passage of the Right to Work law in 1954, nearly 2 years before the AFL-CIO merger in Louisiana, the AFL State Federation of Labor and the CIO State Industrial Union Council established a joint AFL-CIO committee to develop a long-range plan to elect a pro-labor majority in the state legislature. In the 1956 election to repeal right to work, increase workmen's and unemployment compensation, and enact other legislation beneficial to the working people. First step in the Joint Committee's 2-year plan was to establish active political action committees in city central bodies and councils over the state. The second step was to develop labor's potential vote by intensive registration campaigns to qualify union members, their families, and friends to vote. When the Right to Work law was passed in 1954, less than 25% of the union membership was registered to vote. As a result of over a year's intensive work on registration, approximately 50% of the Louisiana membership was registered by 1956. The third step was to select the legislative districts in the state where union membership figures related to past election statistics showed that labor had the best chances to win. These selected districts became the targets for 1956. However, it was obvious that if labor were to win all these industrial target districts, we would still lack a pro-labor majority in the legislature. Election of a number of friendly legislators from rural districts where there was little or no union membership was necessary to provide a pro-labor majority. Study of past election statistics revealed which of the anti-labor rural legislatures would be easiest to defeat. Candidates were then sought against these incumbents. When candidates were found in these rural districts, a joint state committee made substantial financial contributions to their campaigns in return for commitments to vote for repeal of right to work and certain other legislation. Contributions to these rural candidates range from $250 to $3,000, depending upon the candidate's need and chance to win. To finance organized labor's campaign activities and the contributions to candidates, the union raised and spent over $100,000 from 1954 through the 1956 election. To raise this money, some locals levied direct assessments on the members, while other locals voted the money out of the union treasury. The carefully planned and well-financed registration and campaign activities of labor paid enormous dividends on election night in 1956. A pro-labor governor and lieutenant governor were elected. Of 39 state senators, 22 pledged to repeal of right to work were elected. Of 101 members of the House of Representatives, 51 pro-labor representatives were elected. On June 5th, 1956, the State House of Representatives voted to repeal the right to work law by a vote of 57 to 44. 9 days later, the State Senate voted 21 to 18 for repeal. On June 21st, Governor Earl K. Long signed into law the repeal of the right to work law. Louisiana became the first southern state to rid itself of this anti-labor law. A few weeks later, in 1956, the Louisiana State Labor Council put through the state legislature a bill to increase workmen's compensation benefits from a maximum of $30 to $35 a week, to extend duration of benefits from 300 to 400 weeks, to increase death benefits from $9,000 to $14,000, and to increase medical benefits from $1,000 to $2,500, to continue and to adequately finance its political action, public relations, and legislative program. A special convention of the Louisiana Labor Council on August 6, 1956, overwhelmingly voted to levy a $1 per member per year dedicated fund tax on affiliated local unions. In 1958 session of the legislature, the Louisiana Labor Council passed a bill to increase unemployment insurance benefits from a maximum of $25 to $35 a week, and to extend the duration of benefits from 20 to 28 weeks. Louisiana big business interest in the 1958 session attempted to increase the general sales tax from 3 to 4 cents. The State Labor Council defeated this sales tax increase, and the council was unsuccessful in getting legislature to pass a bill to increase gas severance tax on big oil and gas producers. To make it more convenient for union members to vote and to participate in election day political activities, the Louisiana Labor Council supported and the legislature passed in 1958 a bill to hold primary elections on Saturday instead of on Tuesday. Realizing if the political and legislative gains made since 1956 were to be secured and increased, then labor's potential vote must be further developed and mobilized for the 1960 gubernatorial and legislative election. Plans for a greatly expanded and more comprehensive COPE program were drawn in preparation for this election. By another overwhelming vote, the 1958 regular convention of the Louisiana State Labor Council raised its per capita tax 5 cents per member to provide necessary additional money to finance this program. As a result of the diligent registration campaigns conducted by the city and parish COPEs over the state, the percentage of union members registered to vote, which in 1954 was less than 25%, rose to approximately 65% in 1959. Again, the planning, money, and effort which the unions put into the 1960 campaign produced victory. A pro-labor governor and a pro-labor majority in the legislature were again elected. As a result, workmen's compensation and unemployment insurance payments will probably be further increased, in addition to the enactment of other legislation to benefit working people during the next 2 sessions of the legislature. These are the highlights of the Louisiana story. Each year since 1956, the Louisiana Council has continued to expand and accelerate its political action, public relations, and legislative program. Today, organized labor is the most powerful and effective single force in Louisiana politics and in the state legislature. To provide the necessary money necessary to finance this program, the Louisiana State Council now has a per capita tax of 20 cents per month. But the Louisiana story is more than one of political victories and legislative success. It is really the story of labor leaders who had the vision to plan a long-range program, the courage to ask the local unions to provide the necessary money, and the determination and intensity to carry this program through to victory at the polls and in the legislature. Will Mississippi labor leaders accept the challenge? The Louisiana story can become the Mississippi story if the labor leaders in this state will accept the challenge. In the next session of the legislature, we cannot expect any legislation to benefit the working people, because the present governor, the big majority of the state legislature, were elected by the Mississippi Manufacturers Association the state and county chambers of commerce, the Mississippi Economic Council, not by organized labor. However, if we begin now with a well-planned program adequately financed, we can assure the election of a friendly administration and a friendly majority in the legislature in the 1963 election. And in the 1964 session of the legislature, we can prevent the enactment of any anti-labor laws, and we can enact a substantial amount of legislation to benefit the working people, such as increases and improvement in workmen's compensation and unemployment insurance, the temporary disability insurance law, a state Davis-Bacon prevailing wage law, and to establish a state Department of Labor. In the following sections of this prospectus, we present a carefully planned political action, public relations, legislative program with a proposal for financing this program. Together with a tentative estimated budget, also included is a suggested timetable for the presentation of this program to the central body and local union leaders and to local union memberships over the state to assure its adoption by a special convention of the Mississippi Labor Council in 1961.
I thought it was pretty
You
good.
said the first page,
Huh?
you said finish the first page.
I said the first page.
Section.
That's the introduction.
I said phase, not page.
And one thing that's left out, or else it wasn't included, wasn't needed. And, this is sincere now. What part does their insurance company pay in that? Well, I noted that, how many full-time employees do they have in state labor council?
3. Oh, you
Well,
mean
all
all
three
of
of them are directors and
6
officers of the insurance company, I noticed. So I wondered if that didn't give them more security.
6 in the book.
That's 6, 3 girls and 3 men.
They're not receiving their salary from the insurance
They
company.
receive no compensation at all
From the insurance,
insurance company that
So-
has any effect. As a matter of fact, the only compensation they receive of is payment for attending a board meeting,
Daily attendance.
which is a put down payment.
so they.
I thought it was a
I
pretty
think that's
good
real good.
statement
I think
that
that's
you
Oh,
fellas
yeah.
appreciate hearing it. I had a couple of you inquire about the program, how far along Dan was with it, and I thought you would appreciate hearing it again.
See, you've been doing a lot of work on it.
Yeah.
I can agree
Dan
with you
tells
for a
me
long time.
that, he feels reasonably sure that he can have, the program completed, or the prospectus outlined, let's put it that way. This is just a preliminary statement, in a sense, right, Dan?
Yeah.
That he can possibly complete that within the very near future, and, will then be in a position to start moving on the program, right, Dan? You might want to add something here yourself, Dan.
Well, the sections that are to come are a suggested proposed legislative program, which would include about 14 points, pieces of legislation. Then a detailed political action program, spelling it out step by step. Then a detailed public relations program, and a detailed legislative program. Then a proposal for financing, a budget, and a schedule for presentation. Now, this prospectus is only being prepared for the executive board. This is not to go to local unions, because there's stuff in here that can be used against them. The reason I'm going into this much detail for the board, and only the board will be furnished copies of this, is that you all, when we adopt the program, will be out selling it. And you need this background to sell it, see. Now, the way we've done in Alabama, after the board approved it, then we held area meetings all over the state where the officers of the local unions were called into the area meetings. We held 12 of them. We used a view graph to present certain pages from this prospectus. We threw it on the screen. We talked about it. Here's what the program does, and spelled it out step by step. What do you think of it? We got almost unanimous approval of the program. The second phase, after you complete your area meetings where you sold it to the offices, then you go into the local unions who have at least 2/3 of the votes in the convention. Before you go in, you talk with the officers of the local. After your presentation of that program to the local, there's somebody that gets up, the officers have arranged that. Somebody gets up and makes a motion that the local go on record in support of the program. See? Once that local takes a position in support of the program, then its delegates are bound to vote for it in the special convention. So actually, your program is sold before you get to the convention. You're foolish to ever go into a convention and ask for a per capita increase that you haven't done this sort of groundwork before.
It's foolish anywhere.
In other words, you wanna pull a Jack Kennedy.
Sure, this is just good, sensible political organization.
Democracy in action.
Right.
Dan, this
Yes,
is never
Mark,
be read in the
that's all.
local court meeting.
No. This is only for y'all's information, to give you the background, so that you all can get up. Now, I want, when we get this thing finished, I hope that each one of you will read it. That was one reason I didn't particularly want to read it here today. You may feel, well, I've heard this, but it's important that you read it, so that you will have, so that you can get up and present this program to locals that you come in contact with when the time comes, because all of us are going to have to sell this program. Then we've also in Alabama had a brochure printed, a little folder, which condenses all in this prospectus. The total prospectus will run about 50 pages. Condenses it into a 4-page folder, which we give out, see, the members at the area meetings and in the local unions. In Alabama, it looks like they're going to have the convention over there in October the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, I believe. And with the preparation that we've done on it, I predicted we would get into convention.
60.
Yeah. I predicted we would get into convention at 90 and 95% vote for it.
Now, back to Louisiana, in 1954, what was the organized labor membership affiliated with State Labor Council?
I don't.
Is that included there? Do you have an idea of
No, in
remember?
1954, you had two organizations in the state. You had the Federation, you had the...
I know, but what now? I mean with AFL and CIO. What was your affiliated membership?
I don't know in 54 what it was. Now, if you're
Well,
getting...
the thing is, you should know, I thought, because you had a 29% registration.
This was taken from the locals that had checked their membership. See? That's what it showed. We figured they were a fairly good cross-section of the state.
Well, do you think that they had many more than 50,000 affiliated?
The only affiliation figure that I can give you is after the merger. Now, after the merger, when they merged, they had a 7 cents per capita tax. They had at that time, I think I've got it in my other book on Alabama, I think they had about 17 or 20,000 affiliated at the time they merged with a 7 cents per capita tax. By the time they'd raised that per capita tax to 20 cents, they'd more than quadrupled their membership in the state council. So this
Well, that's the figure I'm trying to get to.
yeah, this completely
So
proves
then when they had merged, they had about 17,000 affiliated.
affiliated.
That'd be 56, but,
Yeah, 56.
all right, and now then, in 58 or 59, which was they got to 20 cents?
They got to 20 cents by 1958, I believe, wasn't it, Bob? They went to 20, I think.
I think it's 58, I think I remember, I think it's 58.
Now, I've got those exact figures, I don't recall them from
But
memory.
they'd gone in around 70,000 affiliated.
As I recall, it was...
I've seen that figure
Or was it-
quoted somewhere myself.
Said it's 78,000.
I will use those figures in this prospectus when I get to that section. I'll use it in the section on proposal for financing to offset the argument that if we raise the per capita tax, we're going to lose membership, because this is not true. We find that where we raise per capita tax in order to put on a program, and put on that program, we actually gain membership. Now, to raise per capita tax and not put on a program is fatal.
What you're saying is if you're able to raise the per capita tax, you've done such a good job that you've increased the membership.
No, I say that if you present a program on which you're basing your raise in per capita tax, I don't think you can get a raise in per capita tax without a program.
That's what I'm saying.
If you present that program and you carry out that program, even start to carry it out, you will create so much activity that you'll increase your membership.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
If you're able to raise the per capita tax, you have done a good enough job that you have increased your membership a lot.
That's been the experience in Louisiana.
That's the situation. I think that we can safely assume that our people respond similarly here in the state. Might be a good idea to kind of give you a progress report as far as affiliations with the council since the last board meeting, particularly since we went into this right to work thing, particularly since I've been on a full-time basis. I think that I can safely say that we've got more interest in this labor movement in this state today than I've ever seen. We've been successful in picking up several smaller local unions, getting them to affiliate with the council, and I've had at least one or two occasions where people actually come and wanted to know how to affiliate. I'll give you a little example. There's a group of chemical workers over here in the Delta counties, work for, well, there's two of them, with a couple of these gas lines. I received a request to come over to their meeting that those boys wanted to affiliate, the membership they had in the state. And I went over there and met with them one Saturday morning, I believe it was, about 10 o'clock. And those boys are affiliated now, where they're chartered local in the state of Louisiana. They're affiliated, I think it's about 100 members in the state of Mississippi. United. And we've had a couple of those situations. We've got the little woodworkers local down in Hattiesburg, Dixie Pine. We got a smaller local over at the Meridian, the plumbers local, as a result of a meeting I made with the Building Trades group over there. And we've got some pretty good assurances that we're going to pick up some more. This affiliation thing is a slow process. I met with the Masonite boys, the business agents, the business agent and his assistant down there, it's been a couple of months ago. Seemed like there's having a little internal difficulty as far as politics is concerned. They had an election around the corner. But they pretty well assured me that the way things were looking, that the objections they had and so forth affiliating with the council had pretty well been out of the way. They're very much interested. And was advised by them to continue working with them. In other words, we put them on a mailing list and send our stuff out to them and try to get them to work with us as much as possible. And by taking this attitude, without a doubt, in a short time, we could have them into the council. Of course, that's a big group that we don't have, which would mean an awful lot to the finances of the council. Yeah.
I called them yesterday, and they stated to me to inform the group that they would work in this election in any way that we needed them. So I feel like they're just before coming in, I'm going to take the affiliation forms down there. When they come in, they will affect the Flint Code and those woodworkers at the Flint Code and possibly some of these others, because they look to this woodworker local Masonite for leadership. And it'll have a tremendous influence on it.
I think with this, a little persuasion.
The Carpenters and Biloxi affiliated?
Now, that's why I wanted to get around to the Carpenters. You might have noticed that Sam Stark was up at this meeting today. Tom and myself both attended the Carpenters convention up here the other day. And unbeknownst to myself, this is what actually happened incidentally in connection with that thing there. We had this Shreveport meeting scheduled on Friday. And they had asked me to appear on the program on that date. Well, I asked Peterman to put me on Saturday in order to be able to make that Shreveport meeting. We felt we should go over there in order to try to get something started. And they did put me on Saturday, so I went in early Saturday morning, Tom and I did, and I was put on right off the bat. Well, unbeknownst to myself, Marvin Taylor had already presented a resolution before that state council of partners, just raising unsurety to hell, so to speak, with the unaffiliated groups, and particularly pointing out the fact that so many of them hadn't contributed to this right to work fight. Remember, we sent out a complete detailed statement of contribution from various locals on this thing, and they adopted a resolution in that convention that these locals affiliate the Mississippi Labor Council. You know what I'm talking about? And Sam assures me that they will, without a doubt, in just a short time, be with us. And I feel reasonably sure that Sam will. He's had some financial difficulties. And we're working on them all over. I've met with a group down in Hattiesburg and Jim Touchstone. As far as Jim himself is concerned, he'll come along, and he's, you know what I'm talking about, got his troubles down there. But I feel reasonably sure with just a little patience, we're going to get those fellas in. It's not going to, we can't get it, we're not going to jump. We got this is what's happening in this labor organization. That we've had some people that got completely disgusted with this labor council and dropped out, and now it's hard to convince those people that, by George, we're trying to put a program on. That's what you're actually faced with in some of these cases.
There's a lot of progressive locals that just didn't want to have anything to do with a knew nothing outfit. Now that
I know,
That's what's happened in several cases.
I've had a terrible time keeping them all over there, I'll be frank with you.
well, there was times when mine was ready to go out back when it
But
wasn't
mine
doing
is all
anything.
local, but still, they need to be in, and they contribute as much percentage-wise as anybody else. But they were getting pretty well disgusted.
That's what point I was bringing out on that right to work fight.
Yeah.
That was money well spent.
Oh, yes, I
Coming
think
back
so.
to us because
Yes.
that's like that outfit down there at Laurel and various places where I met with groups.
Yeah.
They found out that we would do something rather than just meet. I know I've heard that expression down there. They hate to belong to something where they pay executive board to come up here and meet and eat fine food and everything while they're back there working in the plant. But if they're up here working, and that's the thing that sold them on the idea we were up here working.
And Claude also mentioned something that's the key
Yeah.
to selling this program.
Yeah.
See, in Alabama, we were faced with a steelworkers organization over there, which is the biggest in the state. It's about a third of the membership. And we asked for a dollar contribution to the legislative campaign in '58. Steelworkers came through pretty good. But the rest of the unions didn't come through very well. So we go to the steelworkers with this program. We say, look, if we don't have this program, we've got to continually go back for voluntary contributions. We know you're going to pay your share, but the others didn't. Now let's take this program, make it compulsory, and make everybody pay. Those who paid will buy that. See?
I think certain amount there to that. I think that possibly this will work in our case here also. Now, we are elected to put on this area-wide workshop thing, also in connection with an educational type program, trying to get to as many people as possible. You know what I'm talking about? We feel that it's by taking it into these areas that we're going to be able to do a better job of reaching the people, which in turn will help build the council up. It's going to be more expensive to handle it this way, but I think we're going to get some pretty good results out of it. We spent 2 days in 14 different areas for this program, and I believe it's going to pay off. We've got a well-rounded program. You know what I'm talking about. We've got some good films to exhibit, things of that kind, and we've got the office covered up with material over there right now.
Dan, what I started to say, I guess probably you've already gotten some wind of it, but they're having a little difficulty over in Alabama on that financial deal. In other words, there's some conflict between the old CIO and the old AFL groups over there over some finances. I heard quite a bit about it over there. I was over there last Saturday over in Montgomery.
This is a local. city council, isn't it? You
No, I'm-
know about it.
The state
No,
council?
I'm talking about in the state council.
I think it's Birmingham City Council, I heard a little something about that, see.
I never heard about it.
The state council, I was talking to.
I understood it was a state council, now I could be wrong, it might be the city council. but I
The state
understand
council
the
right
state-
now doesn't have enough money to have any difficulties over.
Well, it was the money, the way I understood it was the
What
money that had already been spent and no accounting made. Now, is that what you're talking
And
about?
that's not the state council. The state council books are audited every year.
It's Birmingham,
Well,
they had, I think
that's-
they had somewhere around, I
understood.
believe the figure was quoted about $18,000 or $19,000, now the money's all gone.
That's right, and
That's
no
Birmingham
accounting
City
made.
Council.
This I can
Well, I'm
understand.
This
glad you
is what
straightened
it
me
should
out,
be.
'cause I sure understood
Yeah.
the state council.
Tom, do you have anything you need to present before you?
Called, I don't know, yes.
I think if we're gonna see Tricky Dick,
Now, there's some question.
we might, there might be some of the board members here have got something they need to bring up.
Might add, I guess most already are aware of the letter that we sent out, giving the list of organizations that had contributed thus far to the legislative fund, urging them that hadn't to, well, we got about $175.
Well, y'all left off a little, didn't you?
What's that,
Local 407 sheet metal in Pascagoula.
wasn't on there? Well,
Sue him, G.
we'll make a correction.
Well, he might not have got the money, I'm just trying to find out
Well,
what
I'm
he got.
sure we got the money. Anyway, we got about $175 out of that mailing.
By sending it out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sending
It's
them
all right,
fine.
boy.
Then I've been assured by one or two other locals that they gonna come through with theirs. So, I mean, that, you know, it cost us about, how much is it, Tom, around $30 for one mailing in this council. Particularly when we send this stuff out to the unaffiliated locals, and we're including them in this program. Trying to get as many of them to participate, because we figure by doing that, we might eventually get some of them affiliated. And also Stan Smith and his office is working with us, checking out the affiliated and the unaffiliated locals, and more or less what you might say a secretive fashion.
Let me
Then
ask-
filing this information back with the national organization and the international unions, and evidently they're gonna start bringing a little pressure to bear from that end, trying to encourage these locals in. That's taking place too.
Let me ask this question, is there any way, to remedy this? I get, everything I get, two of them. I get one as executive board member, and I get one as officer in my local union, and it's a waste of money to do it, because, one is sufficient.
Yes, we
I was looking
Is
through,
there any way-
I was looking through the mailing
we can
list the other
scratch
day,
that
and I saw
information.
that.
We might have one or two.
We're gonna try to
Schaefer, you get the same thing?
Everything
I'll
that
let
I get
Holloway
two of.
I do
You got that-
myself.
You got
We'll
that
try to
with
check
the
that out. We can
business
see if it's a few cents.
Central
I'm
Market,
glad you brought that up.
you know, local presidents and central.
You can
Market.
cut out a good bit of your.
Yeah, we're gonna try to cut them out where they, of course, there too, again, I mean, you run into the problem later on sometimes, some of them people are gonna change office, be left out, or one or two of them, and then you
It's
won't have
time
them talk, maybe, so there you go again, but at least we can cut them out temporarily.
Well, I get 3 mailings, local,
There's quite a
city,
few.
central body, and the state.
You have that nonprofit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Brother Schaefer called something to my attention I know you'll be interested in. In addition to these affiliations, we've been able to assist in reactivating the Central Labor Union in Greenville. Got some very good active boys over there now. And they're really doing a job. And in addition to that, we have been able to assist the boys up in the Clarksdale
That's what I-
territory, organizing and making application for a charter. And that charter's arrived, and Brother Starnes told me this morning that he has a date with them to go over and install it next week, Bob? Thursday. We had hoped that maybe Tom and myself, maybe both of us could go over and help install it. So things are looking pretty good. I think We've got one or two kind of dead spots as far as central organizations is concerned. We hope as a result of these tours around the state that maybe we can generate a little bit more interest in that direction, particularly in the Macomb area. Gulfport is in bad shape. I mean, they're not active. The central body's not. Neither is Macomb. See?
And Natchez don't meet Rayford until May.
They don't have a regular meeting. They just meet on special occasions, I think. It might be, Tom, why don't you explain to them some of the things that we're gonna have here in this program? For instance, this poll tax receipt book that we've developed, that we're gonna make available if it goes over good. We spent a little money trying to get this thing right, you know what I'm talking about? Explain to them what we got on this thing.
Claude talking about this poll tax book, what we've done, just as a sample to see if it will work. We had some books about the size of your official poll tax receipt that you give to the sheriff's office, made up 75 pages. In other words, they're made in triplicate. You got 25 sets there. Well, we propose to give this to local unions, especially in the industrial plants. Of course, on your jobs, your construction jobs like that, your business agent or your steward out there can take them. And let the solicitor solicit these people to give him their money, fill the receipt out, carry the original along with the person's $2 to the sheriff, and pay his poll tax or her poll tax, get the official poll tax receipt and return it to the person that paid the tax. Then the person that whose money you have will get the duplicate, and then the person collecting it will keep the triplicate. In other words, you've got the thing in triplicate form. Now, we have 120 of these books with 25 complete receipts in triplicate in each one of them. Now, here's what we thought we would propose to do. That we give these a few or as many as they think they need in the different areas where we have the school. And then if the local union or the Central Labor Union find that this is a good thing, if it goes over good, if they will tell us the amount that they want and give us the money, we will have the printer here who already has the setup and everything to make any additional amount of the books that they want. I mean, we don't feel like that's being unreasonable. We feel like that the council has gone ahead the initial expense of, I believe, $66 to have the 120 books made, and then the local organizations wouldn't mind bearing the expense of having some additional books made. We feel that this is a pretty good gimmick. We don't know. We hope it'll work. We're going to try to have enough in each area for them at least to try the method out. Now, we have a manual that we have compiled, and Brother Powell here wrote most of the information. Some of you have possibly seen this material before. It is part of the manual used at the Institute at the White House Hotel in Biloxi in 1958. 59, right. We didn't take all of that because we have some other material. Now, we have about 4 or 5 sections of that book in this new manual. And then we have in the kit, besides that, we have various pieces of Cope literature, absenteeism and politics and big business and politics, things that the average member needs to see and read. We have various other leaflets in there. Of course, we have some just straight out AFL-CIO union literature, not particularly political action or political education literature, but we feel it will all be helpful. And as I say, we hope, along with the films and the program that we have outlined here, that it will be very beneficial to the people attending. We hope the longest class we have will be 45 minutes. course, we're gonna have a break about halfway, in the 3 hours each, night. And, we hope that it will be beneficial and that nobody will find it, just some old routine to go through. I don't know of anything else particularly that, I could say about it. Of course, as I stated this morning, we will go into this poll tax business. That's the number one problem, I think. I mean, registering, of course, is a problem, but at least I feel like maybe we could just get people to pay in that money. At $2, and doggone it, they'll go register. So that's the thing, and that's one reason why we come up with this poll tax receipt book. And we feel like that might help get a few people pay their poll tax. If it'll just help a few, then I think it'll be worth the time and trouble that it's taken to prepare the thing. But that's the problem. That's what we got to try to get over. We got to try to go into the issues as they are now, is what we plan to do. And bring them right down to their door, so to speak. And let them know what the situation is as near as we possibly can. And we hope that we'll have some results. I believe we will.
You know, the thing that hurt us worse than anything else was the story that came out here in the Clarion Ledger just before the COPE convention, about a month or 6 weeks before the COPE convention. And unfortunately, I think the story was true. Where here in Jackson, the big news had secured through management the names of about 6,000 union workers, and they checked them against the poll tax payments and found that only 600 out of the 6,000 paid their poll tax. And the story came out that Labor had no vote. That, you could kick Labor around it. And
That was Earl Johnson from old man Forrest put that.
I think that's pretty well true too.
Yeah.
And I know in our own local union, you're speaking about your poll tax books. We made a drive like some time ago, and we got every member that we had qualified to vote. And the very next election, we tried the same. I mean, the very next year, we tried the same thing, and it didn't work. Of course, they used various excuses. The main excuse that our fellows used over there was the fact that they're called on to serve on juries, and we can't get our company to make up any difference in what we get for jury pay and our wages, and they're looking for that dollar, you know. And they say, hey, as long as that goes on, I'm not ever going to pay another poll tax. So right now, I'd venture to say that I've got 85 members. I'd venture to say out of the 85, about half of them are qualified to vote. I hate to have to say it, but it's true. And
we could just get half the membership and stay qualified to vote.
well, yeah, that would be an improvement, but it's still bad.
Well, if he get
It's
Hines
still bad.
County fixed up, I'm not worried about the rest of the state. It ain't all that bad.
And we also have a lot of our members who are qualified to vote themselves, but will not consent to their wives being qualified. They just won't.
Well,
they
there's
don't believe it.
another answer to this Hines County situation. It'll shape up one of these days.
But this poll tax book has been used successfully in Texas and Arkansas and Alabama.
After a big disturbance.
And it's no question the way you use this book in the plan that you will increase the number of
I
people.
think so. Of course, we didn't have the book. We just got the money and went up and paid their poll tax. And we got every one of them qualified.
How do you take care of it?
What's that?
Registration.
Well, as Tom pointed out to you, we feel if we get their money, get their poll tax paid,
They pay, they'll register.
then it's a matter of getting them down. Of course, we might have to load some up in automobiles, carry them down and rest them, and then on election day, carry them out and vote them. I don't know, we got some like that, I guess.
Your poll tax is a worse barrier than
Poll tax
registration.
Pay one time,
Yeah.
no, you won't.
Because you got to pay 2 years consecutive poll tax before you're eligible to vote. And a man who pays his poll tax, you got this argument. Now, you paid your poll tax. If you don't go register, you're just wasting that money, see?
There's nothing wrong with registering a man after he's already paid poll tax for a while, is there?
No, you can register as long, you gotta register at least 120 days prior to the
But it can't be after his poll tax.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
a year or
You
two.
can register anytime during the year.
How often
Well,
is registration required? Every year?
How often?
No,
You don't have
No,
any
you
specified
register.
time, you can register anytime during the year.
Permanent registration.
Yeah, just one
Register one
registration.
time.
One
Send it
time.
for-
As long as you
Yeah.
keep your poll tax
Say a line
paid,
on
then
it.
you're all right.
Registration can last for life. They might have a re-registration 14 years or 35 years.
We had a city extension.
If they redistrict
and we
a
had
place and realign
our
the,
precincts were-
precincts so forth, sometimes they'll have a re-registration on that basis.
You break up and change the
Yeah.
precinct, everybody involved has to re-register.
Yeah.
Well, generally, they have that registration about every 10 to 12 years, because many people, they move out of the state, a lot of people die, and they bring their books up to date more by having them in alphabetical order, according to precincts, they can make up new books about every 10 to 12 years.
I think that's right.
It must be long enough, because I registered about 15 years ago in Holmes County, and I've never registered that since. and I've
Well,
voted.
homes though hasn't been growing very heavy.
They've been dying over
I
there,
registered
boss.
twice.
Yeah, but they
I
still
know, but they
vote.
still voting some of them.
I've been voting a lot longer than you probably.
They did. We didn't find, well, they had several people that were dead. had been
Yeah, there are a lot of
voting.
places in.
Yeah, I tell you, son, that there in
dead
Alabama, you
people.
get a lot of that in some of the little counties up there.
I am hoping that this next Congress may pass a constitutional amendment. It'll take you about 4 years to get it ratified, but if you ever got it, it would really help you down.
Sure would.
Outlawing poll tax all over the United States is a requirement for voting. The only 5 states still have it. You all got the most vicious poll tax here of any of the 5.
You reckon we'll ever get reapportionment in this state without some federal action on it?
You get reapportionment anytime that you get a candidate for governor who really wants reapportionment.
Well, we'll never get
A
this.
governor
It's
can
set up the way
force
it is.
reapportionment.
Yes, that's the key to it. That's the key to it. We're gonna have to get a man he's gonna have to really believe in it.
You know,
And he's gonna have to sit on top of everything else until that's done.
one reason Charles
Right.
Sullivan had made
That's
such
a big vote as he did, was on that
the vote that he
reapportionment.
did, because he.
That and whiskey.
chairman
That and the
of,
whiskey
uh,
proposition.
I can name a dozen people that said I voted for him on account of his whiskey stand, that's all. Tired of being a hypocrite.
You have a move that's trying to start nationally now, to get those states that need reapportionment, to try and bring all their cases into the United States Supreme Court at one time.
You can never get the court to take certiorari on any one of those cases. They never have before. If you can ever get the court to take one of those reapportionment cases, brother, you're home free. Now, we got a case in Tennessee we're trying to get the Supreme Court to take jurisdiction on here.
State of Michigan's got one going.
The one in Michigan, as I recall, is a congressional district case rather than a state legislative case.
Not quite.
The one in Michigan, what?
As I recall, it's a congressional district case.
I wrote
They're
over.
preparing the case now, and expect
Oh,
to
they
get
are?
it in this month.
Yeah. They did have a congressional district case that went before the court.
I wrote Gus Jones, president of that labor council.
Tennessee, that case,
What'd you say?
I thought, Dan, that case in Tennessee, does that involve Shelby County?
Yeah, well, it's a reapportionment case. They first got it to the state Supreme Court, and the state Supreme Court up there ruled against them, and then they got it in the district court. The district court ruled against them, now they appealed to the Supreme Court.
I wrote Gus Schultz, president of Michigan Labor Council, signing a right to work thing. Sent him a copy of what we was doing on this right to work amendment. I mean reapportionment. I wrote it concerning the reapportionment suits, you know. I've got a copy of the brief over in the office. I never got a chance to go completely through it. It's about that thick. But the Michigan AFL-CIO is actually shoving this case. He's named in the suit himself. You talk to him while he's up there, Gene?
Yeah, they in a stalemate up there. They've got support there to have their reapportionment. And one big group wants to go ahead and have a state constitutional convention. And the AFL-CIO group won't agree to a Constitution Convention until they have a caucus and decide what they're gonna do at that convention. They've been to 3 conventions, he told me, and they got railroaded right out of the picture before the convention convened. That the convention was over with before it convened, so they're not going to that again. They're not going to agree to any such thing as that ever again.
Well, we have anything else we need to take up here? I think we pretty well covered it.
One thing, that film, of course, I can handle that as a local.
The film?
In other words, if I can get my hands on one of those films, I'd like to preview it and show it to the people. I can scare up the money down there. I'd like to try it on DVD.
Which one is that?
One of those Coke films where you, after they see it, they say, if you want to do your part in this fight, send $1 to Coke care of this station. You know, we had them over in Vicksburg.
Film out there.
Huh?
I've got one of those films out there.
I
Hey,
think it was.
hey, there's our, there's our film. We
missing
couldn't
one.
figure out where that other film was.
I thought everybody
Well,
knew it.
I accomplished something by asking for a
Yeah,
film.
well, Jim, we're gonna use 2 in the workshops. We can look to 3 over it we don't use. We'd be certainly glad to let you have it, to use it down
Well,
there.
actually, he's not gonna put it on at one time. You could show your schedule around so that even if he wanted one that you're using in the workshops, you can get it. Now,
2 we propose to use in the workshops is big business and politics and absenteeism. Politics, that's 2.
one thing you wanna do on that, though, if you recall at the end of this
Might have
film,
to edit
they
one.
tell you that, in return for your $1, you'll get such and such a
Yeah.
piece of literature.
Yeah, I was
Now,
worried about that.
That literature is available if you just write to the office, our office, and tell them that you're gonna use this film on television. And you wanna be prepared for those that send in $1 to send copies of literature that is mentioned in this film. And it'll
I'd
go-
love to see that tried one time. Don't
That's
you?
what I
County
want.
would
I
be a
think
good
it would
place
be
to
actually
try
right
it.
there at that Hattiesburg station. It'll play Hattiesburg and
If we had a station in Biloxi,
Lord.
Biloxi would be a good place to try it.
One
We'd
of
have to
these
go to
days, I'll
Mobile
get
or
that
New
Union
Orleans.
station.
I'd love to see that tried one
But
time.
if it works there, Meridian would be the next place to move it because you've got a
We'll
big
furnish
area
a
there.
film for it if the local council down there wants to sponsor it. Well, certainly, do that. That's what we got them
The case
for.
is getting near to reality.
That's what I understand. I'm glad to hear that. We need one in there.
No, but I was thinking the film, I need to get it if I want to get them Coke dollars back in right away,
Or you wanna put it on right away?
as soon as possible.
Which one have you
Which
got out
one have you
there?
got, Schaefer? Do you know?
No, I don't.
You know the subject of it? That one on taxes seems to me would be one.
I believe that's it. I
That's
think
it.
that's it.
Well, that
That's
might-
the one he's got,
yeah,
taxes.
That taxes is a good one. That might be a good one for Jim to, use down there. People, makes conscious.
And they got one on interest. That may be in the same film. It shows you how much this Eisenhower administration
Yeah.
has cost you.
Well, that was the idea I was trying to get across. That will not only, even if it doesn't bring Coke dollars, it might bring Democrat votes, see. That's another, I want to play it from 2 angles.
Well, we'd be glad to furnish the film.
See if I can't get Tom's home county to stop going Republican and
We gotta do something in there, boy. That's a tough place.
show that tonight.
That's worse than that,
Oh,
that
Barry
thing is next to
Goldwater.
Hines County.
Well, that would
Drop
be
stakes
state.
over there.
Huh?
Put that on right
Put
behind.
that on tonight.
Goldwater.
Goldwater comes over there.
Oh, yeah.
You won't draw any of his crowd away from it.
You go ahead and get your, program lined up. We'll fix that film one way or the other. If you want one we're using, we'll use another one on the program.
Yeah, whatever night that is, wherever you are.
When was talking next?
The one that we might tell the board, the one home.
Sullivan was supposed to follow.
Yeah, Charlie Sullivan.
Yeah, Tom wants to explain something to you that's on the confidential side, don't want it made public. I mentioned it to a couple of you there a while ago, but all of them around. You'll be interested in it. Go ahead, Tom.
I guess one reason he called me and mentioned this was the fact I got on him up here at the Edwards the other day. Not that I think Forest County deserves any more attention than anywhere else, but It's my home county, and I'm ashamed of that bunch of hoodlums down there because they've gone to the dogs, politically speaking. And I got on the floor, we had that Democratic meeting the other evening, and told them that I thought there ought to be something done. I mentioned the fact Barry Goldwater speaks there on Tuesday, October the 11th, and that they ought to have some prominent Democrat go in there sometime after that and try to mop up and sweep out a little bit. So Armis Hawkins called me yesterday, a day before, I believe, and told me, or told Claude first, I believe, that Lyndon Johnson would land at the Meridian Airport October 14th, which is 2 weeks from yesterday, and would go to Hattiesburg immediately and speak. Well, in about an hour after that, he called me then, and he says, look, he said, I was talking to Claude a while ago about this Johnson up here, and he says, after talking with some of the rest of them, we have reconsidered this thing, and we feel, knowing the situation in Hattiesburg, that they might try to keep the crowd down, or might not boost it, and it might turn out to be an embarrassing situation for Johnson. So he said that as far as he knew, that Johnson would speak in Meridian October the 14th. Not to broadcast that, but I thought the board ought to know that. But he definitely promised me that he would send somebody, some good Democrat to Hattiesburg to clean up behind Barry Goldwater.
And why is it not being broadcast?
Well, he's not sure. Frieda, he said he just got off the telephone with Washington.
Yes, it's tentative, but it's fairly certain. That's what it is.
But he's coming in to Meridian Airport. So that's the day we're gonna be over there anyhow.
You know what?
Both of the United States senators are supposed to be with him.
Yeah, they was going to Hattiesburg with him.
This might be when they kick off, I don't know.
What would be a mean trick? Get you a sound truck with big signs on it. The day Goldwater speaks over there. Go up and down the city. Your signs would say, be sure to hear Barry Goldwater. Let's repeal the 20th century with Goldwater, say.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Of course, these backwoods sheriffs with them, that's what they want to do, is repeal the 20th century.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Fall right in line.
And we also are pretty, have been pretty well assured that Harry Truman will speak in Mississippi.
Bring
Yes.
him along,
Huh?
I'll get him in the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In the paper that he may come down to Mississippi.
it's been a pretty good indication publicly, it's stated, so.
And incidentally,
Where would he speak if he come?
In Laurel.
Truman?
we'd like to have him speak in Mississippi.
Well, there's a difference
not
of
Jones
opinion
County.
as to where these things should be held amongst the loyal faction over here. Some of them take the attitude that they should come into a pro-democratic area, such as the Gulf Coast, Laurel, Meridian, up in the northeastern part of the state somewhere, where they're pretty sure they'll get a good response. The other consensus of opinion is that Hinds County, Jackson in particular, is the place to bring them, because this is where the most work needs to be done, where the most Republicans are, huh?
This place needs it.
That's what our position is. That's the position we've taken. That's what we've told them. They asked my opinion. Bidwell Adam himself asked me over at Shreveport where I thought he ought to be. I said, I think Jackson's a logical place. It's more centrally located. They got the facilities to handle it. And you need to do more work there. I said, the press are going to be with you anywhere you are anyhow. And I said, we can fill the place up. They'll come to Jackson just as well as any place else. Huh?
Bring motorcades in.
Absolutely. Bring them in here. If Harry Truman can't fill this thing up, there ain't nobody else can. That's the way I feel about it.
Claude, we also, maybe I don't know how many of them know this, but Henry Cabot Lodge has already been booked for Meridian and Tupelo. I think
Y'all
he
seen
gets
that?
Meridian the first one day and goes to Tupelo the next.
The Republicans are making a pitch in here, I'll tell you. They might surprise people.
That's a definite commitment.
They might surprise people if they vote there.
They got 2 horses.
Huh?
They got 2 horses.
Yes, sir. And they got the money. They are really spending some money in this state. Really are.
By the way, did you know our state senator Montgomery over there from Lauderdale County is one of these independent fellows?
Who, Montgomery?
Well, he was
Well, he
at
was
this
at the
meeting
lawyers'
the other
meeting
afternoon.
over here the other afternoon.
His picture was in the paper this past week with the Independence.
Maybe he was a spy.
Well, he said that he came over there upon the request of Senator John Stennis, didn't he?
Exactly, Johnson.
He got up and even spoke for Stennis.
Maybe he was just there for Stennis, not for himself.
I'll get out my old papers and cut the picture out and send it to you.
I tell you, you can't tell anything about what these politicians, I think they're changing day by day, I don't know which way.
I hate to say it, but John will play both middle side and anywhere.
You're beginning to see what I was talking about when I was talking to you privately upstairs about keeping a string.
Yeah.
I'd like for you all to invite Senator Kefau to speak to your 62 convention. I think I can get him down here, so that the people of Mississippi can see what a real Democrat from the South looks like.
Frankly, I've tried twice to get Walter Reuther down here and hadn't made it yet.
That's a little different, though.
I was gonna really stir up this
Keep
state.
over Walter Reuther
Really
behind him,
disturbing
that
it,
thing wouldn't
yeah.
get over it for 6 weeks.
Well, I figured I'd
You
have the
wouldn't even
biggest,
know what day of the week it was.
I'd have the biggest Labor Day program in the history of the state if I could get Walter Reuther there.
I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah, the mayor of Vicksburg ain't got over Hotkey yet.
That's right.
Well,
That was one of
probably
the best
won't,
jobs we
because we
ever
don't
had.
have any members in this state, but I tell you who you might get to be almost as good, who's been to the state before and don't have any fear about coming and would come if the schedule would permit it, and that'd be Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey?
He'd be almost as vitriolic as Walter would.
Yeah, but it's just the name of Walter Reuther.
All right,
that
that's
I'd like
right.
to shake up some of these
That's right,
peckerwood.
no
Oh,
question.
this the guy over here, what
It's
he
like
called
getting
the
a first-rate
Ruthercrats?
movie star.
See, I hope it
Half-row
will.
Ruthercrats, old Jimmy Ward, or Bob Ward, whatever his name of this Daily News over here.
Jimmy Ward.
What he calls the Democratic Party, the Ruthercrats.
No, but the thing about having a senator from a neighboring state who is a liberal,
Make a damn good speech.
it causes the people to wonder, why can't our senator be like that?
Oh, I'm in favor of it, certainly. I think that we should make an effort to get Kefauver down here. When we make our plans for that convention, we'll certainly try to get somebody like him in here. Absolutely. You know, we should consider that before.
Well, you couldn't have got him this year.
We got him on account of that.
You know, there are a lot of
Yeah,
people,
we considered going.
there are a lot of people though that don't judge the man by his accomplishments or by what he might say in a meeting. They judge him on the newspaper comment. In other words, in this area right here, all of our newspapers are anti-labor, and anybody that is in the least friendly to labor, they're gonna jump on him. And a lot of people, and our own people included, not just non-union people, pay more attention to what the newspapers say about the man than they do about what the man does or what he says himself.
They don't in Tennessee because
Well, they
all
do here.
all the
I'm-
press was against Kefauver.
I know, you got a different situation, but so far, now that could change. And praise God, I hope it does change soon, but right now,
There's
that's it.
certainly a number of people who Let's
Well,
not,
you
before we
sp-
get out here, I wanna ask
you
you, I
can't
wanna
say
get your
that.
opinion on something. You think
That's
we should send a
pretty
copy of
well
this resolution out to all local unions?
Yeah, I would think so.
We'll send a copy of this resolution along with a list of these available speakers for local unions.
Oh, on that available speakers, I know we didn't get much response in the meeting. I was just
Yeah.
wondering if one on the board would volunteer here.
Well, they had committed us, that's why.
We're gonna
figured
send
since
the
they
rest
say
of
he
the board
committed
members,
us.
We
the
just
names
didn't
and
have a
addresses,
choice.
letting them know that they are available for
Well,
request.
that's the reason the
You
board
ain't
did
got
not
the
volunteer.
I told you, started off telling the board was available.
Yeah, I
What he
did.
said.
I volunteered the board for
What he
something.
said.
In other words,
When you use Big Mouth Kelly, I wanna be there though. When you use Big Mouth Kelly.
we know that our names are gonna be on that list, you sit down. Don't have to give you that one.
You got any other ideas, now about what we need to be doing? in
Well, there's one
connection with
thing
this
I haven't heard.
Yeah.
What is the response that you're expecting when you
Well,
get to the locality of
that's true, I'll have to admit that,
School.
but still,
We sincerely hope to get a good response. We've been.
Well, now, what response have you had from Pascagoula so far?
You mean to this meeting or to the school?
The meeting Monday night.
Well, of course, we're not sure about that. I mean, there hasn't been anybody
I've been
contacted.
checking a little bit, and several of them don't even know you're coming, haven't gotten your information.
Jesus, we
Well, they didn't
mailed
get
it.
it.
We
The
mailed
first
it out
letter
and
was
sent a
mailed
reminder.
August the 10th.
I said, went out and mailed out 2 times, didn't you?
We sent out
the
the
paper.
original
Reminder
notice and
went
then
out
sent out a
14.
reminder.
Oh,
That
they-
was last week.
They probably.
I got the
misled it.
original notice, and I got the reminder.
Who is it that hadn't
That
received the
happened to
notice?
me
Do
sometime.
you have it,
But
Matty?
I don't believe the Boilermakers have got theirs, sheet metal haven't gotten one.
Can you
They
get
must
it?
not-
Office workers do have theirs.
They must not have given us they must have changed officers and we're
There's
sending
been a
this
lot of
stuff to the
changes.
wrong people.
There's been a lot of changes, and a lot of people will not carry that information to their union when they get it. It's not there.
Do you have a Sunday paper down there? Is that paper published on Sunday?
No.
Published Monday?
I'll just have to get on the phone.
Well, I'll get on the phone tomorrow
All
myself.
right, and call all these local
Monday.
union presidents.
Another thing I'm looking at was a meeting in Central Labor Union there Monday night.
Yeah.
And what was your response? How many unions do you think will be there Monday night from what you heard Monday night?
Well, there was representatives from about 10 locals there Monday night. I don't know how well they're gonna get the word to their own locals. But I have 15 notices in the shipyard. Jack Gager said he was gonna put notices all over the paper mill.
Back to school institute.
Yeah. Posted it.
You've already got them out in the shipyard?
Been out since Thursday.
I'll get out a press release on ours.
I haven't seen one out. I wonder where they
Well,
are.
that's what I wondered if you had seen it.
I'm wondering where they are.
This is the problem though about this mailing that you talked
Well,
about.
that's why I brought it up.
I don't know how we're going to go about getting the names of these new officers. You know what I'm talking about from the senator. We make corrections in our mailing list as soon as we find out. You know what I mean? We've made several recently as they've called our attention. But unless we know who the officers are and that they're not getting the material, it's gonna be kinda hard to do that. Those people ought to
Well,
send
you
in their
noticed that
office
you
up
didn't
there.
have a very wide representation in Pascagoula today.
Could you perhaps?
Well, I tell you, we did everything, of course, now the time element, I know a lot of locals didn't have a chance to meet. I know that. That had a bearing on it. But we sent out this notice, and in addition to that, I sent down and sent a wire to all of the Central Labor Union presidents and key people around about communities and asked them to contact the principal officers, many people as possible, encouraging them to come to this meeting today. How many was sent out? 16, wasn't it? 13 or 14. I don't know, it's anywhere from 14 to 16, I forget the exact number. We did that, you see, sent out a wire about 2 days ago, I think it was, trying to build this. And in addition to that, I got Calvin to get on the phone yesterday or day before yesterday? Day before yesterday, and call the local leadership in the Jackson area. We did that, trying to build a meeting up.
Well, I don't,
Then Tom and I both went to the Jackson Central Labor Union Monday night. I made a pitch for them.
I mean, you had very few from the Jackson area here. So, the lateness of the notice and all, I don't think is the main factor in them not being here, because certainly they could have been here, all of the Jackson people could have been here. You had very few from Jackson.
Maybe Saturday's a bad time to call these things.
I don't know just what it was.
You couldn't call them any other time, could
Huh?
you? You couldn't call them any other time, could you?
Well, we called it on a Saturday because it's convenient for
Well,
more
the
people.
expense to the local would be prohibitive.
Less expensive and everything else. We got.
You get less
Saturday.
attendance in the week.
Huh?
You get less attendance in the week. What maybe you
Then they
need to
got a
do is
legitimate
to get some of these people down in Jackson County, some of the people up in Lauderdale County, create a blood bank, bring that blood down here and transfuse it with some of these union people here in city of Jackson.
Well,
I couldn't say too much for Lauderdale County, I've only saw 3 of us from Meridian.
I don't know, the
Well,
vote will be
Gray,
right
I'll
there.
say
but when
this
the
now, I
chips
did
are down,
get-
they come
I
through.
did, there's 2 or 3 of these boys called, and I expect this wire might be something like that, I get it. But there was at least 2 or 3 of these boys called and expressed regrets at not being able to be here. And that they were with us 100%, was gonna do everything they could, and Gray was one of them.
Gray is
Marvin
all-
Lindsay
he's
was
solid,
another one,
he's all
up at
right.
Tupelo.
He'd been here if he could have.
Huh?
Gray is all right.
Yeah.
He'd been here if he could
I
have.
don't think it necessarily means because a lot of them didn't show up here that they're not gonna participate in this program.
No, but you turned out from Jackson.
That's the point I was making.
It was loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in the city.
Yeah, it's disappointing, certainly. I would've liked to have seen 400 or 500 people in this meeting here today.
Wonder where Ferguson
I tell you,
was today.
I don't know. Smith Hart, and well, here's what's happening here. The rubber workers are in a convention. Paper makers are in a convention. The carpenters convention is starting Monday. Carpenters, a lot of them, that's the reason Upton and some more people wasn't here, is because they're going to Chicago to that convention.
Well, that's where Ferguson is.
And that's most likely where Ferguson is.
Like I just happened to catch Marvin and bring him down
Yeah.
here, saying he had to leave.
Marvin caught a train,
Right
he
off
just
right
left out, he had to go. He put it
That's
off.
why he had to leave early.
That's right.
So did Woods.
This naturally had a bearing, but incidentally, in connection with this, trying to get them out, we've made available to Lonnie Daniels, how many copies, additional copies?
200.
200 additional copies of this letter to send out to CWA workers, members, on their mailing list that we don't have on ours. Shop stewards and incidental officers and so forth. See? I mean, as far as I can see, we did just about everything humanly possible to try to encourage and get out as many people.
Well, now, do you think the finances of the union are having anything to do with it now? There are a
Could
lot
be
of
in
our
some
unions
cases,
are
I
bad
think.
shape.
I think so, Gene.
I know a lot of them have strapped themselves.
Well, I know that, and of course, we had to consider all these factors in calling this meeting today. Might have been a mistake to call it, but I think that we accomplished a certain amount of good, even though we didn't have 4 or 5 people, 100 people here. I think the ones that came here, we can depend on doing something. That's my personal opinion of that, and I noticed that some of the areas where we do need some work done had representation in here. I didn't notice that. Maybe by this meeting and the area workshops we have, and that we will, by the time we make that circuit, reach considerable more people, we hope.
Well, I wonder where James Jackson is today.
James told me, I discussed this matter with James, and he told me he had something in Meridian negotiations with
Yes,
somebody.
we had some time studies and he just had
Yeah,
a baby.
and he would possibly be tied up over
Right.
it.
Yes, he's real busy.
But he assured
It is
me,
busy week.
he assured me that he was with us 100%, so I don't have.
That's something else I'm sore about, that's my own local union, not a darn one of them showed up.
Yeah, they got one here, they knew they would have taken care of.
We talk about,
Yeah, but that's not
That's
my
not
place,
it.
'cause they ought to have been.
I'm here, boy, and I'm a member of that local union.
Claus,
James told me they was gonna try to have a carload of them up
Now,
here.
there you
the
go.
next
You
time
see
that we
that?
have a meeting like this, it looks like it's kind of small. Let's prohibit Brother Barnes from counting the crowd, because it looked like there were more than 85 there today.
82.
82.
They was scattered out pretty
I
good,
counted
Brother Barnes.
86 I
They
counted
looked like
86.
a bigger crowd than that.
That's right. So don't let's let him count in those small crowds.
Well, I counted 86
He
sitting
said
on
he
there.
counted them like he counted those Kent Focuses more.
Well, I counted them twice, including those on the platform.
That must have looked like a pretty good crowd. It's gonna be interesting to see what Bob Pittman has to say about
Got
it.
81 times.
He told me it looked like we had a good
Well, I
crowd.
got
Yeah.
86 and I counted twice.
Well, but you were dreaming as far as that.
Who
As
counted
soon as this tape runs out, we're gonna adjourn the meeting.
Let me ask you a question. Before it runs out.
We on,
Or after it runs out, you were
Good
talking about
Lord.
getting these officers' names when they change officers in these local unions. Wouldn't it be a good idea for Brother Tom over there to get a letter out to all of the local unions, asking them to send you an up-to-date list of their officers?
Well, they'd go to this guy that don't ever take the mail to the union meeting. What we're gonna do, we're gonna have restoration cards and so forth for these area-wide schools, and we're gonna see if we can't pick up a lot of that information on these rounds.
So, another thing that you ought to do, we can do after we get this program, is set up in a physical file a card for each local union which shows the time that they hold their elections.
They have regular meetings and everything.
Yeah. Then you set that card up by dates so that your girl in the office automatically writes within 2 weeks after the election to the local, asking them to notify them of the new officers.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
if
we'll
there's a
certainly have
change,
to
you get
take
it
this,
back.
we'll have to get that set up.
By the way, keep your fingers crossed. One of our close friends in the woodworkers is all for coming into council up in a runoff today.
The election today down there?
Oh, this year.
This year? Who's he running against?
I'm just trying to think of the boy's name. Some boy down there.
It's Jolly and,
Yeah, Jolly and Matthews, all them are re-elected.
Jolly and Matthews don't have any opposition?
No, but the issue had it that they, well, it was a three-way race, and now they've got a runoff.
Good. You see if you can't get them boys to get quite a few of them after the workshop.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Just wait a minute, we'll do it automatic. Just about all going here. Seriously, do we have anything else that, any of y'all like to bring up yet this time? I think we've missed a tricky day.
Yeah, done missed football games and dick.
Well, gentlemen, we will let you know as soon as we get the program completed. It'll be necessary to call another board meeting to then move into this program. And possibly at that time, we'll also want to set the date and select the site and so forth of the convention, the special convention, which we'll have to call, which we can probably let this convention take care of, this legislative convention we're supposed to have this year, or next year rather. Right? Probably have it all in one convention. So as soon as we get these workshops out of the way, get the program completed, which I imagine we could safely say would be somewhere around the first of the year, not no later than that period of time, then it'll be necessary to call another board meeting to
I
take
think
care
it
of
would
that
be in
situation.
tradition to call a board meeting pretty soon.
Think it will be?
Knoxville County, they come in.
Well, Tom and I myself would like to have the consolation and sympathy of all of you for the next few weeks.
Better you'd like to have good attendance.
I think we need it.
What
What'd you say?
They better you'd like to have a good attendance at the school.
Yeah, and you fellas do everything you can to help us boost this thing up. I feel like we're gonna have pretty good participation in most of the year.
If we can keep Dan Powell off of the floor and keep his shoes on, it'll be all right.
Any of you want a picture of Tom Knight sitting in this Japanese restaurant with his shoes off and his feet under him eating with chopsticks, just let me know.
You know, I wasn't at Pascagoula for Labor Day, and I came back and they asked me where I was. Said, you missed the greatest speech that's been made in Labor. I want to know who it was, and they said it was Tom Knight, and he was really giving them hell.
I had a member of my local union told me that you made a good talk, and incidentally, he wanted to know if you was a preacher.
Yeah, he ought to be.
I said, no, not an ordained minister, if that's what you mean, but he's a pretty doggone good labor preacher.
All of you that
Well, the
have
meeting
no
will
hay,
stand adjourned.
go
Everybody
out
go down
and
and start associating
and I
with
got
the
some
Republic.
stuff here I want you to carry for
Where
me.
is Tom?
Huh?
Tom, where you live? You live in town?
Yeah, I'm gonna carry the rope
Now, I gotta separate some of that stuff.
Right there in front of the
I'm
house.
looking for a ride.
You wanted to
A
get.
ride.
Right.
How far out?
I live right there, just beyond Alva Woods Methodist. I'll carry you home, be glad to when I can get away.
What you gotta do?
I got to pay these people that won't pay, I guess. I hope none of them, of course, don't want it.
Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the privilege of coming together in this meeting. We pray Thy blessings upon each individual represented here and their families.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, try that now.
Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing.
Got it? Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2.
Problems that we're faced with here in our state be brought to successful conclusion with regard to the legislative reapportionment and things that will be beneficial to all concerned. We pray Thy blessings upon all communities and the various locals that are represented in this organization. We ask that many sins be forgiven. Pray in the name of Christ. Amen.
We have two members that I'm sure will be here shortly. Brother Taylor, Brother Schaefer. But we have a number of items that I think that we can dispose of in their absence that they're familiar with and have been a part of. We've had a couple of meetings of the executive committee since our last board meeting. And I think it'd probably be appropriate at this time if we take those matters up and ask Brother Knight to read the minutes of those two meetings, because they will be a part of our business here this afternoon, and inasmuch as Brother Taylor and Brother Schaefer, both members of the executive committee, I deem that we can proceed with this particular part of business in their absence. So with your permission, that's what we'll do. We'll start off with the first meeting. Brother Knight.
Executive Committee meeting, State Council Office, June 20th, 1962, 2 p.m. Present, Ramsey, Knight, Clark, Schaefer, and Taylor. Guest, Jack Travis, attorney at law. President Ramsey explained that Mr. Travis had been asked to meet with the Executive Committee to discuss the legal aspects of the Workmen's Compensation Commission appointment of Senator Everett to replace Claude Bruton, Labor's representative. This time, Mr. Travis went into lengthy detail on the matter. The committee expressed itself as being in accord with taking court action as a matter of necessity and principle, the only problem being finances. President Ramsey gave the financial condition of the council. After considerable discussion, the Executive Committee adopted the following motion. It was moved, seconded, and carried that the council initiate court action on the Workmen's Compensation appointment of Bob Everett to the commission. After discussion by the committee on what attorney to use, it was decided that President Ramsey and Secretary Treasurer Knight handle this after consulting with Mr. Bruton and Mr. Travis on the matter. Next matter before the committee was several requests from local unions for exoneration of dues payment. These locals being ACWA Local 708 Columbia, ACWA Local 701 Macon, ACWA Local 720 Louisville, and ACWA Local 758 Walden. The committee discussed the request of these local unions at great length. Article 10, Section 8 of the Constitution was carefully reviewed in regards to these requests. It was the opinion of the committee that only the request of Local 708 Columbia be legally granted under these constitutional provisions. Motion was duly adopted to grant exoneration to this local union. The Secretary was instructed to correspond with the other groups, pointing out the reasons the committee could not grant their request. Several other local union problems of importance concerning payment of dues were discussed and disposed of by the committee. Brother T.L. Neekes, board member, was commended for his affiliation work in his area as a result of his activities. One new local with 250 members, then affiliated with the council, and prospects of several others are good. Affiliation as a whole was discussed. Another matter discussed by the committee was a one-day seminar sponsored by the council in cooperation with the National Labor Relations Board in New Orleans to review labor's rights under the NLRB Act. President Ramsey explained that a tentative date had been set for Saturday, September the 15th. He further stated it would deal with organizational work, be of particular interest to the international representatives dealing with organizing. The committee felt the conference should be held. President Ramsey then asked for the committee's feelings in regards to calling the entire executive board in on the day prior to this meeting so that they might attend it and also handle other matters needing their attention. One of the main items needing the board's attention is a constitutional amendment concerning the appointed 9-member State Board of Education to be voted on in November. The committee felt the amendment should be opposed. It was moved, seconded, and carried that President Ramsey call a meeting of the board, finances permitting, the day prior to the conference in September for the purpose of acting on several pending matters and also attend the labor conference. Brother Knight discussed with the committee a program this fall in each of the central body areas. He stated he felt it should be to the affiliated and unaffiliated for the purpose of reactivating their minds politically. This would be prior to the council's mailings this fall to the people about paying poll tax, getting out, voting, and etc. He further stated that this would be an opportunity to get more women interested in the WAD program, plus getting to the unaffiliated locals. 2 films were discussed to be shown. A new Coke film, Why Are We in Politics, and one by the ILG for Women on Fall Fashion. The committee agreed that arrangements for such a program should be made. Because of the importance of the arbitration decision concerning Bill Thompson, president of the Greenville Central Labor Union, the committee felt this decision should be reproduced and made available to the various central bodies and members of the board. No further business, the meeting adjourned.
Yes, this next one is important because you'll, as you see, the two are tied together in regards to the Bruton situation. So I think that we should read the second one before any action is taken on either one.
This executive committee meeting was held at the Pinehurst Hotel in Laurel on October 20th, 1 p.m. President Ramsey, Knight, Clark, and Schaefer. Brother Taylor was absent. Meeting was called to order by President Ramsey. Minutes of previous meeting on June 20, 1962 were read. The Bruton case was discussed again with the committee. President Ramsey reported that since the June 20 meeting, he had conferred with several capable lawyers at the previous request of the committee in connection with the workman's compensation case and pointed out the fact that all legal advice received had been against going to court. President Ramsey also pointed out that he had sought employment for Brother Bruton with the AFL-CIO and asked the committee's advice on seeking a job for Bruton with the Labor Department. After a detailed discussion by the committee, motion was made by Brother Schaefer that the council hold court action in abeyance, depending on ruling by State Attorney General if and when requested by Bruton. Motion was seconded by Brother Clark. No other discussion. Motion carried. A motion was made by Brother Clark, seconded by Brother Schaefer, that Knight and Ramsey proceed with a statewide mailing in opposition to the 3 proposed constitutional amendments and reminder of poll tax payment. No further discussion. Motion was carried. It was moved by Brother Clark and seconded by Brother Schaefer that council purchased 30-drawer dresser plate cabinet at $175.5 plus tax and freight. Motion carried. I-Care program was discussed by Brother Clark. It was agreed that proper person should contact council with the possibility of appearing at next executive board meeting for further details. Being no further business, meeting adjourned at 2 p.m.
I think you understand now the reason I thought we ought to read the minutes of that think it would be well at this time, before I present these minutes, the committee's action to you for action, that I review with you the situation in regards to the Bruton situation. I know you are all interested in that. And in accordance with the with the board's wishes, as expressed in our last board meeting, we proceeded to arrange a meeting of our executive committee and ask Jack Travis, who heads up the Claimant Attorneys Association in the state, who is a personal friend of Claude's and of ours. A number of you are personally acquainted with him also. We asked him to meet with us and review with us, from his point of view, the legal aspects of this particular situation. And he did, as you notice in the minutes. This is quite a lengthy meeting. We went into this thing quite at length and spent quite a time on it. Well, as a result of that, we were advised by Jack to first approach Forrest Jackson to see if he would handle the situation. So, Jack went with us. Jack Travis went to Tom and myself to approach Forrest about handling the case. And when he found out what the case was, he immediately told us that he couldn't participate in it because of a family relationship. I think his wife and maybe man Bob Everett's wife or relatives or something of that kind. So that let him out. So we then sought Bruton's advice by some attorneys that he knew, and he recommended calling Ford over at Kosciuszko, who handled quite a few compensation cases, and who were both fine gentlemen. I happen to know both of them myself and met them before. So I asked Claude and Jack to go over and visit with them and explain to them what we were attempting to do here, and for them to study this matter. And after they give it some thought, to let me know, and then I would come over and sit down with them. And this was done. So I got a call a couple of weeks later and went over and sat down and with Mr. Ford and Mr. Crawley, and they went into this thing with me in detail and told me they'd done quite a bit of research on it, and that they had come to the conclusion that the case could not be won in court, and that it was their opinion that we would hurt our cause more by going into court and lose the case than we would to stay out of court with it and more or less make a political issue out of it. Now, this was what they said. In the meantime, I had took this matter up with Carl Wiesenberg on the coast. I think is one of our better lawyers down there, Uncle Ike.
That's right.
And got his opinion on it. He gave me the same opinion. I discussed the matter with one other lawyer in the meantime. Then I said, well, as a last resort here, I'm going to go see J.P. Goldman. I didn't want to go to see him until I got the opinion of several other people. So I went over and dropped by and had a visit with Coleman, and told him what my purpose of my visit was. And I wanted his opinion as a lawyer in regards to this case. Here's a man who's been Attorney General of the state, sat on the Supreme Court, also, in addition, of course, to having been governor, but what I was interested in more than anything else with his legal background. And he told me, he says, if I was sitting on the court, I would have to rule against the case, against you. And he pointed out there's technicalities involved. Of course, they all point to the same thing. So then we were faced with this kind of a proposition here. All of the best legal advice we could get indicates that we could not win this case. The committee had already instructed us to proceed. So I deemed it advisable at this point that we call the committee back in session, and I present our findings to them and see what their wishes were at that time. You'll notice in the last meeting we had, the motion was that we hold this thing in abeyance, subject to Brother Bruton seeking the Attorney General's support here in filing this thing in his behalf, you know what I mean? And that's where it stands right now. Jack, did you talk to Claude this morning?
Yeah. He said in view of the way the thing was shaping up, he felt that it would contribute nothing to
I think you can understand that. But we had to lay this labor board part of the thing, or the Department of Labor part of the thing aside for the time being until we start with it. But that's pretty well the picture here now. If you've got any questions or anything in regard to this before we submit this thing for your approval or disapproval, and we'd certainly be glad to try to answer it. Oh, just a minute, we want to make sure we're recording this.
Here, have had fuse structures.
Okay. Is there any questions? What's the board's pleasure in this matter? You want to?
Move the adoption of the committee's report.
We have a motion to adopt the committee's report, the recommendation. We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. We still have Brother Taylor absent. We have a couple of other items that I feel that we can pick up in his absence before we get to the main part of our business. We have a situation going on not just in the state of Mississippi, but in the entire South at the present time, whereas the Teamsters Union has attempted to raid the Communication Workers of America and the Western Electric, company, the installing department of the telephone industry. I was approached by Brother Daniel of that organization here some time ago about us adopting a resolution. Of course, we had a board meeting scheduled at that time for October the 5th, which made it ideal. And when we canceled out and had to change that meeting, I then polled our executive committee members and adopted such a resolution. You notice I mentioned that in one of our reports that was sent out about this. So at this time, I'm going to ask Vice President Clark to read that resolution to you. Would like for you to take that matter up to it this time.
Whereas the Communication Workers of America, representing telephone workers in 50 states and Canada, is a clean and democratic union in the family of the AFL-CIO, and that the Mississippi Labor Council goes on record condemning the action of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and Mr. Silvers and others who have been expelled by the Communication Workers of America Trial Board. And whereas be it finally resolved that the Mississippi Labor Council shall lend whatever aid and support as may be proper in fighting this attack upon the Communication Workers of America.
You move the adoption?
I so move.
Second.
We having a discussion. The resolution, I think, is self-explanatory. I might add that you probably know that, Jim, you can advise them that the election has been set for this particular situation. When is it? Not too far off, is it?
Oh, actually, the telephone company themselves, or Western Electric Company, has filed
For the
some
immediate
kind of
election?
countersuit to stop it.
Or to stop it? Oh. So the date hasn't been set?
I mean, I don't know what the results of that was.
May I ask this? Would that come under this new ruling of the 3-year contract deal? Do y'all have 3-year contracts, or?
Well, it expired.
Well, under the new ruling, as I understand it, they couldn't have an election for another year.
Well, I don't know, Western has a separate contract.
Western Electric is separate from CWA.
So I don't.
Oh, you don't know what they're.
I don't know
No,
what's
I
the
don't
status.
know.
But it's, actually though, it's really hurting the company to keep the Teamsters out. Has filed this suit, and frankly, that'll help them because, like they stated before, they've told the company that all the CWA members have been, led to believe all these years that the company never did anything right. And so that's gonna hurt CWA if the company takes CWA's side.
The petition evidently at the time the board would have dismissed it by now.
Yes, I think so.
It's on the premise of like 30%.
Some of the signatures.
Hadn't been dismissed.
petition was filed on the premise of no 30% representation.
Some of the cards, I think,
Right.
had company names and some were printed.
Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, I've got some information here that, in an effort to, wait till Brother Taylor gets here again to get into some of our, heavier business that, I want to pass out here. We have worked up here a list of, local unions unaffiliated with the council by areas, and I want to pass this out at this particular time, see if I can get you the right one. You can cut that off. And we've got that we're faced with here with the, polling workers. Brother Knight is out making a telephone call right now, but we've been trying to find some dates that's open for our Coke convention. Heidelberg is filled up during the month of June. We've been trying to find out what could be found. We thought we ought to have that information before we got
County, a group of people down there that got together with the sheriff over there, and they decided, from what I could understand, that they were gonna have I don't know whether you wanna record this or not, do you?
Well, it's not necessary. She just make mention of the fact that she's with you. Try to bring you as much up to date as possible. We had, we were approached, as you'll notice in the minutes, by, several of the smaller locals, about the possibility of exonerating, those locals. You'll notice that the exec committee has spent considerable time on this in one of the meetings that you heard the minutes from. We reviewed this thing very carefully and felt that there was only one of the applicants that the committee could exonerate under the Constitution. That was the Columbia group who was out of work because of unemployment. We couldn't find any grounds to exonerate the other small groups. Now, this thing rocked along, and we didn't receive any payment of dues from any of these local unions. And I advised Stanton Smith of the situation. And he proceeded to write, was it Howard Samuel or Petoskey he addressed that letter to?
Well, he wrote
He
to,
wrote
I think
to
he wrote,
Petoskey.
I think he wrote both of them.
He wrote to Petoskey or to Samuel, anyhow. Started communicating with them about the situation. And I received a call as a result of this correspondence from State Director James Jackson, who was highly disturbed about the fact that some other people was getting into the situation. Well, the thing rocked along. We've had quite a bit of communication, quite a bit of correspondence on the subject. The end result was that we were invited to a conference in Washington on the 15th of November to meet with some of the top officials of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and to try to see if we could find some solution to this problem. Present at this meeting was Director of Political Action, James Mike Devitt, his assistant Al Barkin, Stanton Smith, Tom, and myself, representing our interests. Representing Amalgamated Clothing Workers, they had two of their vice presidents, Bloomberg and Charles English, James Jackson and Howard Samuel, the assistant to the president of the organization. We sat down and had lunch together and proceeded to review the situation to see if we could find some common ground or some method or some device to solve this matter and keep the local union unions affiliated with the state organization. By the time this meeting had got around, practically all of them were delinquent. We made very little progress in this meeting, in the luncheon meeting. We proposed at this meeting that the council do this, to the amalgamated, as a basis of trying to keep at least most of them in the council. We told them we recognize the fact that they have several small locals that were in financial bad shape, that probably could not pay the 22.5-cent dues of the council, that we would like to propose that they keep affiliated those larger locals that could pay the dues, and let these smaller ones drop out, with the understanding that we would send them all of our communications. They would receive all the information that the affiliated locals would receive, and when they could get in better shape, we would then re-affiliate them with a new local union. We felt that the board, the committee would support such a proposition. And they refused to go along with this type of arrangement. They took the position that they all had to come in or they'd all go out. They proposed, and they said that their local unions could pay a dues of 15 cents. They proposed to us that they would pay us the equivalent at one time. A proposal of this nature was made that they would pay us the equivalent of 15 cents a member, and that then we could figure out how we wanted to handle it from that point on, which would have meant a reduction in membership. And I pointed out to them, well, this is your business. We haven't yet questioned anybody whether they affiliated the entire membership or not. We know we've probably got a local or two cheating. But this is your business, if this is where you want to handle it. But then Mr. English, real quick like, pointed out, well, they would still expect their full representation at conventions and things of this kind. Well, of course, we couldn't go along with that because it would mean that they would be paying the dues of 15 cents and everybody else would be paying 22.5, and it would be a violation of the Constitution, and certainly we couldn't go along with that. You see what I mean? Well, we didn't make any progress in the meeting. They wanted to have a conference, so we broke up the lunch, and they had a little confab. Tom and I walked out beside the hotel. They had their little conference, and Mike Devin and Barkin then went back into a conference with, I guess it was who? Bloomberg and Samuel? Came back after us, and he says, well, we would like to know if you would agree to call a special convention to consider a dues reduction if the amalgamated would agree to catch their dues up and stay affiliated until that time. Well, I thought about it a little bit. I said, well, we'll have to have a COPE convention in the month of June. We could call a special constitutional convention in conjunction with that, to avoid calling a special convention just by itself. We could do that. So they went back and told them that, and he come back and says, that's not soon enough. It'll have to be sooner than that. So I did a little bit more hasty figuring. Figured that we needed to have a conference of state and local central officers, and possibly the board in here probably around the 1st of March to see if we couldn't kick off something in for us, get members of the legislature elected, seeing if we got some candidates in the field and stuff of this kind. We'd already been talking about the possibility of such a conference. Occurred to me, well, maybe we could tie these two together here. I told him, I said, well, we'll approach the executive committee about the possibility of calling a convention of this kind the latter part of February, the first part of March. In my opinion, would be the earliest date that we could, and have the necessary time to make the preparations and everything. So they went back in and talked to him again and come back out, and they said, well, that's agreeable. I said, all right, now let's see if we've understood each other. They've agreed that they would reinstate, will catch their dues up, provided we'd call a convention to consider a dues reduction. I said we would only leave you with any misunderstanding. We haven't agreed that we would propose a 15-cent dues structure, because we can't operate with 15 cents. They said, no, there's been no such understanding. The agreement is that they'll pay their dues. You'll attempt to call a special convention the latter part of February, the 1st of March. Well, we left there and thought we had an understanding, the Washington meeting. We come back and I called a meeting of the executive committee last Wednesday, right?
Wednesday's week ago, this Wednesday's week.
Well, yes, yesterday was a week, well, the day before yesterday now. Wednesday was a week ago. We had got the books down and done a lot of checking to see what we felt like we could do. We felt that if we was going to propose a special convention, that we need to have some facts and some information to go on. And we had to have some understanding out of the amalgamated people as to what could be presented. We couldn't go into convention and cut dues and then still lose them. We couldn't afford to take this. I think you understand that. Take this kind of a risk. The proper thing to do is to evaluate it, see what we felt could be done, and make a proposal on this basis. This is what we did. So we got the books down and done quite a bit of evaluating, checking around, and figuring out what a minimum operation could be. So I got on the phone and called Mr. Samuel in New York and told him what the picture looked like. And he suggested that I go down and see Mr. Jackson, that I sit down with him and review the matter with him and try to seek his approval. And this I did. We recessed our executive committee meeting without taking any action. And this, of course, was Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And I made him in Hattiesburg about 4 o'clock and sit down with our information and reviewed it with him in detail. Showed him what the picture looked like. Well, the first thing that happened that came up in this meeting was that I discovered there'd been a complete disagreement on what we thought we'd agreed upon at the Washington conference. His understanding was that the amalgamated clothing workers would begin paying dues in the month of December, that we would call a special convention the latter part of February, the first part of March, to consider 15 cents. Well, this was exactly what I was trying to avoid in the Washington conference, was a misunderstanding of this nature. So I told James, I said, James, it can't be done this way. To start with, under the Constitution, you can't come in and start paying dues and forget about what you owe the council now. You can't come in and start paying dues the 1st of December and still be in good standing and have a full voice and a vote in the convention. And I cited them in the paragraph of the Constitution. This is what it says. There's no way in the world that we can agree to waive this. See, that's number one. And number two is that we can't operate the council on 15 cents. That's how simple that is. Well, I pointed out this to him, that we have this board meeting coming up today, and that we had to have some information to go on. In regards to the members of the board that were members of local unions that were delinquent, that I wanted something to go on here to present to this board. That we had postponed the board meeting. We had a good reason to postpone it, but this matter would have had to come up at the October the 5th meeting had we had that meeting, see? And that I would appreciate it if he would try to call someone on a Monday morning and let me know something specific about this misunderstanding, see? But he told me he would. Well, in the meantime, I was home then for Thanksgiving. It would have been agreed that Tom would go to the Arkansas Council Convention in progress, which began this past Monday, as on a courtesy basis. drop in and then come right back, and I would stay here on account of the legislature section. So it occurred to me that maybe we'd better change our plans. That Stanton Smith was going to be at the Little Rock Convention coming in that Sunday night. That probably what I'd better do is to call Tom and that reschedule this thing, and I would leave early Sunday morning and pick him up here in Jackson and drive on to Little Rock and get in there that night and have another conference with Stanton and see what could be worked out. So this is what we did. I picked up Tom and we got in there Sunday night and we had another conference with Stanton Smith, and of course Dan was there, and Dan was in this conference also. And I explained to him about the misunderstanding, and that Jackson had promised me he'd make this call and he was going to call me back Monday morning. So I left word with Calvin that if he called for him to call me at the Marion Hotel in Little Rock, which he did Monday morning. And he told me at that time that they were standing on this position. This was their position. 15 cents to start paying dues in December. I told him, I said, James, there's no way in the world that we can arrive at any agreement and stand on the situation on this basis. It just can't be done. So we then had a meeting of our executive committee last night, reviewed this thing in detail, and spent considerable time on it. And we took some action, and we will make a recommendation to the board here on it at this time. Now, it's a real tough situation. We spent an awful lot of time on this thing, trying to resolve it, trying to get it settled, because this is a large group of people, and they're important to us here in the labor movement, to this organization. By the same token, we feel like what we're trying to do is important to them. We wanted to try to do everything we could here to try to resolve this thing where we could keep them in here with us. And we are a long ways apart on what we feel it can be done. Of course, the board makes the final decision on this thing. And as I view it, we've got three propositions. We've got three alternatives, as I pointed out to the committee last night, and I think that I ought to point those alternatives out to you here now. No, that's the recommendation there, but the alternatives that I pointed out to them that we have. Now to start with, I'm going to give you some facts and figures for your information. The alternatives that we have as I view it. If you'd like to make a note of them, then I'll tell you what the committee's proposal is. We can accept the proposal of 15 cents by ACWA and go back to one full-time staff member, which I am perfectly willing, as I pointed out to the committee last night, to resign as president of the organization and take a job with one of the international unions that wants me to go to work for them. So I want to make this clear that I don't want any action on your part. Don't feel like that you're trying to provide me with a job, because I got a job tomorrow making more money than I'm making now, and then I would like to take it. Probably be better off to take it. See, that's one alternative. I want to point this out to you. Now, you can balance your books out at 15 cents by going back to one full-time man. The other proposal, or the other alternative, another alternative, is to refuse to compromise and work for additional affiliations to balance the budget. That's another alternative. The third alternative, which the committee has adopted and which they will propose to you here this afternoon, is the following. That a special convention be called on March the 2nd. Now, we're going to give you copies of these minutes of the meeting. You don't have to write this down. You'll get this. That a special convention be called on March the 2nd, 1963, to consider several constitutional changes, one of which would be a reduction of dues from 22.5 to 20 cents per member per month. That action be deferred until January the 1st, 1963, and declaring vacant positions presently held on the council's executive board by delinquent ACWA local unions. Number 3, if no satisfactory arrangements are worked out with the officials of ACWA by January the 1st, 1963, the proposed special convention of March the 2nd will be rescheduled for the month of June in conjunction with the scheduled Coke convention, with the understanding that the proposal to reduce dues be eliminated. I'll pass this out to you. This is the minutes of the meeting last night, and you'll find this in there. Now, while she's doing that, I'm going to give you some figures and what the picture looks like. We have reviewed the council's operation rather closely, carefully, trying to find out what, in our opinion, a minimum cost budget would be, providing for 2 statewide mailings to the entire membership per year. That's taken into the picture. This includes the outstanding obligations of the council, the purchase equipment, you know, the equipment, the rent, and everything, with including 2 statewide mailings. And this includes also $125 a month allocated for legislative expense. Now, this figure was arrived at in this fashion, that we took what was spent on the 5-month session, divided it by 24. See? And that gives you $125 approximately allocated in that fashion. Now, the other expense of these special sessions and all occur to show up in my expenses. So this is not a true picture as far as legislative expense, but the total cost is the same, will be the same. That comes to a total of $4,371.87. You'll want to write this down. Here's the coffee. $4,371.87.
That's the total budget you got
A month.
for the...
This is a
month.
That's a month. All of this is given to you on a monthly basis. This is the only way this gives you the true picture. In other words, we've got rent, telephone expense, automobile notes, automobile and gas, gas and oil, salaries, insurance, unemployment insurance, taxes, executive board salaries and expenses. This is lost time. Convention expense, Tom and myself's expense, office supplies, postage including the 2 statewide mailings, allowing $80 a month for miscellaneous, $125 a month for legislative expenses I've explained to you, and then we've averaged this out on a monthly basis, where we can look at the thing on a monthly basis. See what I mean? And that gives you $4,371.87. This is breaking it down monthly. Now, I don't know where it would be since I give you the first proposition first, and I guess I ought to give you what the total council income would be based on 15 cents. Now, we receive $5,000 a year subsidy from National Coke, as all of you know, which amounts to slightly over $416 a month. Now keep in mind the figures that I'm giving you includes $416 a month Coke. I just give you the total, but keep in mind all the totals I give you will have the $416 in it. Yes. Well, all of the amalgamated local unions affiliated, we would have slightly over, I believe it is, 20,000. Slightly over 20, so we're using 20,000 as a round figure to work with. 20,000. At 15 cents, That gives you an income of $3,416 a month. You like to make a note of this? $3,416 a month. Would you like me to hold this up till they get the coffee out? Maybe I should. Because some of them are getting coffee.
Yeah,
Let's
because
do that.
we-
Let's have that. What it costs the council to maintain myself on the payroll. In order that you can compare this now, going back to a one-man operation is what I'm trying to do here now. Of course, this is not the truth picture because some of the expenses incurred by myself would then have to be incurred by somebody else, you know, attending these conferences and conventions and so forth. But it will give you a fairly accurate picture, let's put it that way. I have estimated that it costs the council $13,157.52 to keep me on the payroll. This includes my salary, my expenses, the note of an automobile, gas and oil, and things of that kind. Everything that would be included, I've tried to estimate what it costs.
That's a year.
That's a year. Broken down on a monthly basis, it's $1,096.42 a month. Now you can deduct that from the figure I gave you originally, $4,371, the minimum cost of the two-man operation. And you'll have $3,275.41. $3,275.41. Then you can compare that with the income that I showed you, $3,416, 20,000 members at 15 cents. In other words, your income would be a slightly over the expenditure on a one-man operation at 15 cents. Now that's the picture there.
Claude, may I ask this? You have, you say that's a picture. Well, now that's a picture up to a certain point. Now that's including our ACWA members in there, but now what would be the picture, keeping the dues at 22.5 cents if they were to drop out?
Well, now we're gonna give you that. We're gonna give
Well,
you several
okay,
different pictures
you know,
there. We
you're
gotta
gonna do
figure
that.
it in several different ways. Would you like to write these down? I'm approaching several different fashions here to where you can have the whole picture. I mean, you might get all this down, and then if you need it, you'll have it to refer to. Just to give you an idea about the situation, we figured this thing on several different bases, trying to see what could be done, if anything. We figured what the income of the council would be. It's 16,000 members, figuring that we'd lose 4,000 members out of ACWA, which the total amount won't be that much. That'd give you a total income of $4,016 at 22.5 cents. You can figure 20,000 members at 18 cents and have the same income. Gives you the same amount of money, $4,016. 20,000 members at 18 cents. So you can see at 18 cents, even 18 cents wouldn't balance you out for 20,000 members. Now we figured, am I going too fast for you? Those of you who want to write it down. Figuring 19 cents, 20,000 members. Now each time, as I told you, this is total, counting at 416. You'd have an income of $4,216 at 19 cents. At 20 cents, the proposal that the committee has recommended will give you a total income of $4,416. Slightly over the minimum figure. Now this means, and of course then I got another figure here, went back and figured, we've got several prospects of additional affiliations and so forth at 17,000. I don't know if you'd be interested in that or not. Really, I don't think so. This means that with this proposal that we presented here, we're gonna have to completely revise our program. You understand what I mean? We're not gonna have the money to spend first in political campaigns. That's the main place. Now, we haven't had the money to spend in these political co-offices, as those of you that's been working in them know.
Right.
We've got by with the bare minimum. Had it not been for some local unions furnishing places and helping out, then we would have been in bad shape. But we have been fortunate in all of the areas so far to have got set up. We've got the filing cabinets and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about. But we haven't spent anything like the money that we laid out in the budget in this area, as you all know, because we haven't had it. That's how simple it is. You know what I'm talking about there. But at least we've got that part of it going, see. And as we view it, any money that we had to spend in political campaigns on any other phase of the program would depend upon affiliations based on this 20-cent figure. You see what I'm talking about? That's where we'll be. Any additional money to spend in campaigns would depend upon additional affiliations. And as we've talked here, we've got some pretty good prospects of picking up, I think, within shortly, at least around the first of the year, we should pick up a couple of thousand more. Now, I believe that I've given you most of the information and the figures here that I have in connection with yes, I've given you, pretty well, you've got the picture now as to what the situation looked like. We've done our best to try to make a proposition here that we could still feel like we're in a position of doing a job expected of the membership, offer them a reasonable amount of service. You understand what I'm talking about? And still try to do something to solve this problem over here with amalgamation.
Well, the ACWA locals, under your recommendation here, are not going to pay dues until you call the convention and make the reduction. Is that right? In other words, they indicated they would start December the 1st, but that was on
well,
the
they said
on the
that was their agreement.
That was on the 15th
But we had an understanding with them there, with Jim McDevitt. We agreed with Jim McDevitt as a result of his conference with these other people that we would do this. And we're doing this on this basis. And I'm reporting to you that there has been a misunderstanding down the line with these people. It's our hope when we make this proposition, and of course I'll do this in the form of a letter to one of the high officials, probably Mr. English or Mr. Samuel One, as to what this board is recommending, that they can find it as a basis of agreement, and that they will pay some dues, that we'll have this convention, and we can get on with the job. See what I mean? Now, we don't know.
Well, I personally would not want to vote for anything that would cause our movement to go backward. I think we're already back too far now. I wouldn't vote for anything that would remove one full-time officer, because I think we need the two we've got. I would like to see something done that would keep the ACWA in. Of course, they when this was voted on, they made their stand pretty clear then that they were in financial difficulties and didn't think they could do it. But I don't know of any other state organization that has gone backwards. And that'd be exactly what we're doing if we reduce our dues in this organization. I personally, I just can't do it.
Well, now, we could keep, the two full-time at 20 cents, but I mean, we'd have to cut down.
This would still, you said.
Well, I understand. I was just making it plain that I wouldn't vote for anything that cut out one. But I also stated I wouldn't vote for anything that would make us go backward. And that's exactly what we would be doing even at 20 cents. Because even at 22.5 cents, and I know that darn well I've got enough sense to look at the figures that I get every once in a while out of the office up there to know that we're not doing too doggone good with 22.5 cents.
It's a tough battle.
And
It's been a battle to keep our nose out of the water. This whole thing, you see, the budget was based on 25,000 members, if you recall.
I recall it quite
And of
well.
course, you know this too, I'm not trying to offer any excuses, don't misunderstand me. We've done what we could on this affiliation thing when we could, but, you know, Ross has had this legislature in session, damn, if you pardon the expression, all this year. We had 5 months of it, and then we've had a couple of special sessions, and the situation is such that I have to hang around here, particularly on this reapportionment thing and things of this kind, because they're very vital to us. You see what I mean? I can't just afford to walk off and leave the thing. That is one. I think that we eventually, you know, we took all this into consideration. I think if we can work this thing out with Amalgamated, that we'll eventually reach that 25,000 figure within the next couple of years. I really believe that. I think that we're gonna do enough work in here with this woodworker group and a few of these other groups that we're gonna wind up with that 25,000 figure.
But that 20, the budget was set up on that 25,000 members at 22.5 cents.
Right.
All right,
That's
you reduce it
exactly
to
right.
20 cents, you bad darn sure can't do what you set out to do in the budget. Even with your 25,000 members, you'd have to get 30,000 or more.
Yes, that's true, that's all true. I mean, we want this understood, that the program that we adopted, at that special convention, which was reaffirmed at the last regular convention, would have to be completely revised, that this program would be modified, that this would be, in our opinion, a minimum program of the council, trying to do a fairly effective job of maintaining our political areas with the card files, also able to get out 2 statewide mailings a year to the membership, and the rest of it will have to be dependent upon additional affiliations. See? Now, yes.
Actually, this, program has been modified because we haven't had the membership that we set the program up for.
Right, right.
So as I understand this recommendation, at the 20 cents, what we'll have to do there is to create enough new membership into the organization to bring it up to what we have had, not what we set out to have,
Right.
but what we have had over the past year.
Right.
Or the past 2 years.
Right.
Now, this program, as I see it, has begun to take effect all over the state of Mississippi. And when it takes effect in North Mississippi, we know it's taking effect in the other parts. And I've begun to feel it in and around Tupelo. And I don't know about Corinth up above, but I'm satisfied that Brother Taylor has begun to feel some of the effects of it down around Columbus. Now, as you know, we were lucky enough in our judges race to elect a man that is favorable to organized labor and our circuit judge. And this is the first time that labor in that section of the country has ever been contacted. But we've been contacted through the same source within the past week about our elections coming up next year. And this registration and getting our people registered to vote has had this effect so far.
Right.
And I don't want to see this program cut any more than possible, but I would love to see something done to keep our ACWA people in the organization. And I don't want to see anybody cut out of the 2 regular jobs that's in there. I think we need both of them. I'm like Mr. Brother Bowles on that. If anything, we need more instead of cutting one back.
Well, I grant you it's a full-time job, fellas. I just wanted to make it clear here in the very beginning, I didn't want anything to feel like this obligated to maintain this thing just to provide a job for myself. But I want you to know that I got a job waiting for me. I wanted you to understand that. Now, I'm willing to stay in here and pitch, try to get the job done. I've made my commitments on that already. I'm going to continue following through to the best of my ability. Now, this is where we are, fellas and ladies, in this situation. Now, I'll agree with what you said, John. I'm well pleased myself with the progress that we've made in the eyes of the general public, in the eyes of the politicians. There's a lot of people in this state who are convinced that the labor movement is what was the difference in defeating these last two amendments that was defeated at the polls. They're aware of this fact. You see what I'm talking about? And they all shook up about it. Now, we can't afford to fold up now. If we do, the manufacturers are going to have a field day in this state. Remember that this program was the subject or the topic of their convention in Biloxi just recently. Remember that. This was the topic of their convention, this council's program. And we can't afford to fold up. We've got to find a way to keep this thing moving. We've got to keep plugging and trying to do an effective job. And we can't allow them to know that we've got financial problems.
According to them, we've got plenty of
According to
money.
them, we're rolling in money. And we got to keep them believing that. See? I don't know whether we can or not, but we've got to try.
As a matter of fact, well, excuse me, but didn't they tell their own membership to go out and do likewise?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely. See? So, if it folds up, we've had it. Now, you know what our problem is in this state? Just stated simply. Our problem's not with our enemies. Our problem's within our own ranks.
That's exactly right.
Within our own ranks, with our own people. Man, I'm telling you, we could get up and roll if we could get our own people in these local unions into the organization.
You're so right.
Huh?
You are so right.
Oh.
I said that 5 years ago, and the problem is still just like it was.
I'd like to give you a little history of our local. Our local down there was organized in '54. And it never was much of an active local. When I became president 2 years ago, out of 120 people, we had 30 belong to the union. And they couldn't even have a monthly meeting because it takes 7 for 40. That's how I'm honest with you. When I became president, me and the financial secretary went over the books. If the creditors would have closed in on us, we'd have been bankrupt. We was $365 in the hole and had $10 in the bank. And we got to checking the expenses. The president had a paid telephone. Financial secretary had a paid telephone. And they get ready to have a little way to have a meeting. Just have a little beer after the meeting. So I got the executive board together and I told them, I said, now first thing we've got to do is get somebody on the floor and make a motion that there be no expense paid without approved by membership. Cut out all these telephones, all these beer parties and everything. Start out with charity and let's get this thing straight. Then we done that, and last year we affiliated with the Harrison Central, affiliated with the state. We spent $831 for grievances, and at the present time we have $1,031 in the bank. We owe no one, and we've raised our dues from $3 to $4 last May. So, seemed like what in trying to organize these different locals down there, they all are we willing, but we don't have the money. Now there's some little extra something there that can be cut out. And also we start giving the people in the plant that wouldn't join, we start giving them union treatment.
President.
Tell us what you do to them, Don.
Huh?
Tell us what kind of treatment that is.
It's unfair
Union
labor
treatment?
practice. Better not tell it.
Well, we had.
Cut the tape off.
No, cut the tape off. We had one character, he wouldn't join the union. So I told the boy, I said, just see that he don't get no cool water out of the fountain, and just don't associate with it.
Yeah.
Cause you talking, he come up, walk off, and I have nothing to do with him. I said, just let him be an old outcast. So he stood that for about 2 weeks, and he decided if he's gonna be one of the boys, he better sign up. And we got one, we're gonna start back on him Monday. And he's gonna really get it, he's gonna leave the plant, cause he said he's not gonna join.
Well, when you get that done, let me know. Well,
That-
that'll work.
That's
I
something
know,
we
but
don't
I've done
have any
everything
problem
you've already
with.
done.
We've never had any problem with that.
Well,
Now, we don't have-
I won't give you this, I'll tell you this off to the side, I'll tell you how to finish him up, John. Won't do this next meeting now. I've had a little experience in that field myself.
See, what makes it so bad, I've only got one.
Only one?
Well, at the present time, we like two of being 100%.
Well, there's no question that, what you're saying there is that, you just have to take the bull by the horns.
So
Most of
what
that
I'm,
can be traced to the local leadership, right?
what I'm trying to say, you wouldn't have to get just a few more members in your local to keep these views up.
Yeah. Well, this is a sincere effort on our part. Want this clearly understood to try to find some ground of agreement whereby we can keep this group of people in the organization. If they're important to us and we feel that we're important to them.
Let me ask this
We
question.
wrestle with this problem, I want you to know that we've spent hours and days and dollars on trying to solve this thing, and this is, in our opinion, the best proposition that can be made as a ground to settle it on. Now, this is where it is.
Is there any other state in the South, I would say, that has, inaugurated this program, that has as low a dues as 20 cents?
Yes,
Who?
that, you say have lowered it to 20?
No, that has dues
In
as
the
low as
South.
20.
Well, let's start with Louisiana. Louisiana increased their dues at their last convention from 20 to 25 cents.
Yeah.
Arkansas, this last year, after us, just this past summer? July. Went to the same program as ours, a buck and a half. They have the same dues structure. Now, Tennessee, was able to adopt the program to finance it with $1, which I'm not too sure what their total dues is.
Theirs was, I think theirs is about,
18. In Alabama, they adopted $1, which, I think give them a total dues structure of about 16 cents. Well, in Alabama and Tennessee, of course, the membership is much larger. See, Alabama's got around 90,000 affiliated with the council. Of course, if you get that kind of a membership, you get a lot more money and do a much more effective job with a lot less money. See, that's our problem here, is the lack of membership, yet we have the same, well, as a matter of fact, we've got a bigger area to cover than even Alabama. We've got 82 counties, well, Alabama's only got 60, I think 67.
Let me say
67,
this
we've got,
about Alabama.
huh?
Let me say this about Alabama too. They're also having their internal problems over there that's causing, them to hold it down to 16 cents.
Yeah, they've got problems. Now, I'm not too sure about what's happened elsewhere in the South, but the immediate states around us, that's what the picture is there. I know that Florida just recently adopted a similar program, and I don't know what their total dues is, but they did it, they were able to do it with $1 there. They adopted $1. You know what I'm talking about. Of course, I think y'all are all acquainted, the old board members anyhow, that sit through this program and got all the facts and figures in it in the beginning, where, in particular here, and the rest of you was here prior to that, realized that we done an awful lot of figuring on this thing, and we couldn't see how we could do it with less than $1.50, you know. on the
Still don't
membership
see
that
it.
we have. And then, even then, the program is gonna be limited. Now, I say this, that one basis, possibility of considering this proposal on is this: when this program was adopted, we didn't have any idea at that time that there was any prospects of having the legislature real pushing. Now, the legislature will be real pushing one way or the other. I don't think the legislature will do it themselves. I think the courts are gonna wind up doing it, but I think we will have real pushing, which means that we will have a better shot, I will say, in some of our industrial areas of electing friends without having to spend a lot of money in the campaign. It means, in my opinion, that we probably can get by with spending less money than we had allocated in these areas. In other words, that $40,000 we was talking about spending in these campaigns. Probably get by with less. You might justify this reduction of dues on that basis. See what I'm talking about? It's gonna be tough, I'll tell you right now, it's gonna be tough. It's a constant battle to balance the budget out now. You don't know how close we watch our books, how close we're watching our expenditure. We don't spend a nickel of this council's money without giving it a second thought. You see what I'm talking about? A lot of these things that we ought to be participating in, we're not. We refuse to go to a lot of these conventions and conferences because of the financial situation. See what I'm talking about? I've kept a running tab on this thing for months and months now, on a month-to-month basis. And we're just barely breaking even now. Of course, that can be attributed to a large degree because we haven't been receiving any dues out of these ACW communities. But it's just a nip and tuck proposition as it stands now. See?
Captain,
Yes, Brother David.
on this point number 2 at the bottom of the page,
Yes.
which is part of the proposal, that action be deferred until January 1st, which is approximately 30 days from now. I would like to have you comment on what steps might be taken in that interim period that would contribute toward an understanding by that time. If you plan negotiations,
Well, of course, what would be done if the board adopts this proposal, then I will write Mr. English a letter, and of course send copies of it to the other participants in the conference that we've had this meeting, and the board has recommended this as a basis of an agreement, an understanding that we'd be willing to call this convention and make this proposal and support it ourselves before the convention. We thought as a gesture. Now, if they come back with a statement that this is not acceptable, and that they come along and make some of a proposition, now the only thing I could do then would be to call a meeting of the executive committee and present it to them. See what I mean?
I just wanted to comment on that.
That's the only thing that I could see to do.
Didn't you present him with a proposition like this? Didn't you say that, it was possible to do this, and he said no, that it had
Well,
to be
he said that they couldn't go that route. Of course, we have hopes that when we make this kind of a proposition and we can justify it to them as to what the picture really is, that they'll try to do something themselves. That we've made a move on this thing. You see what I'm talking about? And this is, as we see it, is what we can do it with. See what I'm talking about? That's what we hope will happen.
Well, I don't want to be unpopular, I don't want to do anything to make people think that I'm trying to do something against them, but all I can do is just speak my honest opinion, and I can only vote my honest convictions. I said then, I say now, that you can't do it. you can't do a good job at 22.5 cents. You will do a poor job at 20 cents, and if you drop below 20 cents, you just won't do any job at all. I
Well-
don't believe it can be done, therefore I just cannot support it.
Well, let me explain this to you now, what the situation is at the present time. It's a different situation than what it was when we had our last board meeting, and we did have a discussion on this subject in a fashion at the meeting prior to the last convention. You might be interested in tape out and played it back yesterday to refresh my memory. I wanna see what was said, so I'd have some idea about maybe what the attitude of the board would be here today on this thing. Of course, you know what your position was at that meeting. I mean, it's still the same as it is today. But our situation today is different than it was at that meeting, because we are faced with the fact that a number of these local unions are now delinquent. They are out. For all practical purposes, they are no longer affiliated with the organization. That's where we are now. This is an effort to get those local unions back into the council. Now, with those people out, when we come back to this convention, in June, unless we have been very fortunate in getting a lot of additional affiliations in, our membership is gonna be much less than 20,000. We're gonna be faced with the prospects of having, at that time, to revise the council's program and present it to that convention with a possibility of maybe of increasing the dues to get the job done. This, I'm telling you what the whole picture looks like now. This is where we are with the thing. This is a gesture to try to get the people back in, not to try to keep them in, to try to get them back in.
Claude, if you make a concession like this, or a compromise, if that's what you wanna call it, then the next thing you know, another group is gonna come along and request that you reduce it even further. And, you'll wind up eventually with, 12, 14, 15 cents. Because there are other groups that aren't too happy with the 22.5 cents either. I mean, they don't like to pay 22.5 cents.
I agree with you.
But I'll say this, I believe that if the leadership of the local unions will be, firm enough and take a firm enough stand, in most instances now, I'm not saying in all, because I realize that, there are some instances where the membership wouldn't go along anyhow. But I believe that the majority of them will stay in with the 22.5 cent dues. And, I can't see taking a step backward, and that's what we're doing when we reduce it to 20 cents. And faced also with the fact that there's a possibility others will come along and want to reduce it even further.
Well, of course.
Well, of course, they haven't even agreed to the 20 cents.
That's true. We don't know what we'll be faced with there. It's a possibility that it might be rejected. Now, this is merely a proposal that we're making, that we'll call this convention. This matter will be considered by that convention. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but we will recommend this action.
We might have our problem getting it adopted, there's no telling.
I have no
Now,
objection.
there's one thing here that I wanna pose before this board before we get any further. I think we should, for obvious reasons. I think we need to take a vote on this thing, because I want to call on a couple of parties affected by it. The number 2 part of this proposal, I'd like to present to you for action at this time. That action be deferred until January the 1st, 1963, and declaring vacant positions presently held on the council executive board by the delinquent ACWA local unions. Now, under the Constitution, you might want to examine the language. The Constitution on page 8. Page 8, I'll read the section to you. You know it already. An officer and member of the General Executive Board at the time of his election shall be delegate to the convention. He shall at all times during his term of office maintain membership in an organization affiliated with the AFL-CIO in Mississippi. And his principal occupation or field of union activity shall be within the state of Mississippi. Failure to comply with these requirements shall cause the executive committee to declare his position vacant. Now, in other words, what we're proposing here is that, that these positions not be declared vacant until January the 1st, 1963. This is an effort to see if we can work out something to keep the groups in the council without them losing their membership.
I would agree with that, if there's any way you
Well,
can work out
I'd like to
anything.
present this now,
But-
and act on this first for obvious reasons.
That one thing, I can go along
Well,
with.
let's take a vote on that. Would someone offer a motion?
But we have to,
Huh?
I got a question here.
All right.
We have to come back January the 1st, or this would automatically declare. Am I right? Am I
Well,
understanding? this
January
right?
the 1st, it means that we give, that they are still considered, might wanna look at that. Well, brother,
You get a second?
he offered a
Motion.
motion. Did we get a second to that motion to act on the
I'll
number
second
two
the
part of the
motion.
proposal? Brother Gillespie seconded. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known.
And, we've said, before that our dues are only $3 a month. And, we have been spoken to about raising our dues, but in our industry, dues raising is almost splitting the local. And, on the discussion, the question that Doris asked about on the local basis, certainly the locals do have the autonomy to decide for themselves. But the whole strength of a group of workers in this low wage earnings level is their unity. That's their strength. And it's very likely that each local itself, in fact, to the best of my knowledge, it has been expressed that each local feels that we're together, whichever way it is. I want to say again, and I know you know it, everybody here knows it, that Amalgamated has always affiliated their local with the state body and want to be that way. But it is a matter of money, and it's just something we can't help. And any consideration that you can give us, we'll appreciate it. I know that you need the money to do the job. If you're getting $1 a month per member, you still wouldn't have enough to do the job that's needed to be done in the state. But still, we have to do what we have to do with.
Sure.
Well, I might add one other point, Claude. I think, probably from the very beginning, the majority of people here in this state don't realize the terribly low wages that exist in the garment industry. I mean, they don't give it an overall consideration, probably as serious as they should. And as all of you know, the minimum wage is still at $1.15. Well, the contracts that the Amalgamated is working under here in this state, in the competition in the industry, your international organization can't force your employer to get too much above what the other people are having to pay. And our contracts generally run about 10% above the minimum wage in order for the groups to stay in competition. So that would throw the average worker only earning about $1.26 an hour. That's what the approximate earnings of an average garment worker under a union contract get. And so to come up with an increase in dues, it's just unquestionable. It's just
I ask him a question.
I want to point something out to him, because we recognize this as being a very definite factor, and this was one of the main reasons that we made the proposal to the amalgamated affiliation officials that this matter be handled on a individual local basis, knowing that you had this problem with several of the small locals, recognizing the impossibility we might see of increasing dues at this. We felt like when the minimum wage went up again, I believe it's next September,
Yes,
that at that time, you'd probably be in a position to get your wages up enough to justify a dues increase. At least, this was told me in our discussions and when we was trying to get this thing through. We talked to Otis Doggett even back before his death about this thing. This was really very important to us. This was at the back of this proposition of ours to just let these locals get out with the understanding they'd stay in communication with it. We would with them. We'd keep them posted on all of our activities. And when this happened, and they could get their dues up, then they'd come back, we'd reaffiliate them as a new organization. But in the meantime, they would have been kept up. In other words, they would have been given all the consideration of an affiliated organization, with the exception of having representation in convention. This was actually the back of this proposal.
I think that was
To
the
the
proposal.
To the international people, we thought the committee would go along with something like this. You know what I mean? Yeah.
What
You
I wanted to ask
him a question?
yes, I wanted to ask him this, are the wages of the garment industry, as low in the other southern states as they are here?
Because
How
there's
do
so
they
much other-
affiliate then with the, state council in those states when they have the high
Well, I think you find that the
capital tax?
majority of your, membership in the garment industry that's organized, it's in Mississippi. Mississippi has the largest, unionized group of garment workers of any state in the South.
But they do affiliate with the other state organizations though, I mean, the ones that are in that state.
Well, as far as I know, they do, but,
Yeah, I might say on this, the amalgamated clothing workers in Arkansas was one of the strong supporters of the program over there. At least they were when we were there. Tom had a conversation with the joint board manager over there.
may I speak a little bit again, to Bert? Here in Mississippi, we have so many small locals. The big locals here in Mississippi could stand it, they could live.
Yeah.
But the little locals, they have to have a meeting place, and they have to pay their financial secretary and such things as that. And in proportion to the income of the big local and the little local, the expenses is much heavier on the little local in proportion to his income than it is on the big local in proportion to his income. And that does make some difference there.
Well, that's why I couldn't understand, if, they made the proposal to the international officers up there that they did, why they turned it down. I don't understand it. They were trying to look after the little locals
Well,
and, didn't go along with it.
I don't know what will be the outcome of that, the final outcome of the discussion. Claudia said that they will continue to try to resolve the
We thought this
question.
was a basis that we could agree on, satisfactory everybody concerned, but, they threw this out before we could get it on the table with Mr. English there. Yeah, he rejected
Well,
it.
that's all
before
we had to.
We didn't even get much discussion on it. That was the thing. All right, Arthur, how about you, son?
First of all, just going back over my mind, we have, over the council here, I think that we've set the convention on a 2-day convention or a 3-day, but anyway, we've set it on a weekend to help these people.
Yes, that was at our last meeting.
Of course, I found out now they can't pay the 15 cents, which no matter when
Well,
we
not
have
all
it now.
of them, just the small ones.
So that's gonna help us set it.
I don't.
But definitely, I hate to say this, but it seems that they need to do a little of the work. If they've got officers paid, they need to cut that out. We don't pay any of our officers. And I realize it's a hard job, but I don't get anything out of my local president.
What a hard time, huh?
A hard time.
You done it.
And
they don't pay too much money, but I couldn't see cutting our dues, maybe 20 cents. Might consider 20 cents, but I doubt if I could go below that.
Well, that proposal is 20
Well, the proposal is 20 cents, but they couldn't pay.
That's only 2.5.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. If they can't pay 15, some of them, well, then they're gonna have a hard time coming to the convention to even vote against or for this, even if we hold it on Sunday. Right?
You're right.
I mean,
You're right.
we've done it, we're trying to help these people as much as we can, but I really don't know the answer to it.
Looks like we're beyond help, doesn't it?
No, you're not beyond help. You may need some house, put your house in order. That may be the question. I don't know. I don't know what your problem is. But, actually, I don't know the answer to it. I mean, other than what would really be the answer. I wouldn't wanna see our council cut from two officers to one. I definitely wouldn't wanna see that.
Well, the thing is this, I know we got some new board members here that wasn't here when the decision was made to put me on the staff. And I wanted them to know that, I didn't want them to feel that they're obligated. I want you to know this, I'm in agreement with the statements made here before. If anything, let's add some more, get somebody else on. I'll agree with that statement. But anyhow, this thing here is strictly, I want you to understand this is strictly something that we are trying to do to keep or get the amalgamated locals back into the organization. That's what this is. That's what this proposition is all about. It'll be a tough job.
Even if you adopt this, it'll be a tough job
It's
getting
gonna
them
be a
back.
tough enough job. I only hope, you wanna point this out again, is additional affiliation. See?
I think that's where the whole thing.
Yeah, that's the root, of course, of all of our problems here. This we've been over, and we know this. I think give us a little time. You know, when I took on this job, I went up there and talked them into financing the price of an automobile. You know, the council really ain't bought this automobile that I'm driving around here. This automobile was bought by the AFL-CIO in Washington. This is really not our money that's going into the automobile. I talked them out of $2,400 up there when we, got into this thing, and I felt by going on the staff that we'd be able to work this affiliation thing up better than we had in this program. I believe, as I've told you in previous meetings, our expense has been, and up to this point, that we bring one in the front door and somebody goes out the back. Now, unless I'm badly mistaken at the present time, we've been watching this rather closely, I believe we've hit the rock bottom on dropout. I think we've lost what we're going to lose now as a result of the increase in dues, and from this point on, it'll be gains. I think that's where we are, and we've got some pretty good prospects. Now, this statewide mailing we did, that we did to the membership on these constitutional amendments has had a terrific bearing on the minds of a lot of people. And some of these members, keep this in mind, are going to be talking to members of other organizations, and they're going to wonder why they haven't been getting this communication. There's going to be some questions raised. All of this, I think, will have a bearing. Okay, Barry?
Claude, I noticed that we had, according to my count, I may have missed one when she was giving them, we had 11 who were formerly affiliated that are no longer affiliated. And I would say that a majority of that 11, the due structure was not the reason they dropped out. I can't believe it, because I know those locals, some of them, and I know they got the money.
And you'll find
It's
most
not
of
a question of the money.
I can tell you where most of the membership was. The membership that accounted for the loss really can be traced to just 2 or 3 locals. The rest of them was relatively small. You see, a small local has a tough time of operating, as you pointed out.
Well, we got a small one. We only have 72 members, or about, huh?
What about the other 2 bus drivers?
In Mississippi, well, they're practically nothing. I mean, I don't know, Meridian may have 25 or 30, I don't know.
Well, we went around the horn now with the numbers.
One
that
more
we
question.
came forward. All right,
In the event that that was dropped to 20 cents, that'd only reduce them 2.5 cents a month, is that right?
Yeah.
That's right.
That'd be less than a pack of cigarettes a year. Do we have any guarantee that these people would drop us down and then drop out again and leave us where we're at now?
No, we don't.
That is the problem, what I'm thinking. That's less than a
You
pack of
just don't
cigarettes.
know.
If they can't come up with that at this time,
That's the reason we
What
have
would
to
be
have
the-
an understanding about calling a convention. We can't call the convention unless we have an understanding. We call a convention to reduce dues, then we're in bad shape. In other words, we've got to have an understanding that this is acceptable, otherwise we have to stay where we are.
Let me say this, I can't, quote the name of the person or anything, cause I don't wanna get somebody else involved in the business, but I have been told by somebody that should know that, James Jackson said that he would not agree to reaffiliating. I mean, definitely would not unless it was dropped to 15 cents. I've been told that on pretty good authority.
Well,
So if that be the case, we can't drop it to 15 cents.
well, we hope that James Jackson don't have the final say-so in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. That's
He
frankly
has a
what we
pretty
hope.
doggone, he got a pretty doggone good say-so, and you know it
Well,
well
we
as I
can
do.
testify to that fact, but this proposition here, of course, will be sent to everyone that participated in this conference. And there's some of those people recognize the fact that the Amalgamated Clothing Workers needs to be affiliated with this organization. They got a number of programs that, you might say, are dependent upon a lot of the activities of this organization and other organizations. And there's nobody got no more at stake in this state, changing up this political atmosphere whereby they can organize some of these
You are
unorganized
so
shops
right.
in Amalgamated
So right.
Clothing Workers. So I think that there's some people above Mr. Jackson that would like to try to work this thing out, you know what I'm talking about, and that's our hopes in this thing. See?
I think we're false hopes.
Now, we went around the horn with all the members of the board, and I did this because of the fact that this problem has been submitted as a recommendation of the executive committee, and we had quite a discussion on it last night. So I think maybe at this time I ought to come back now and find out if there's any member of the executive committee has anything they'd like to say. You want to wait till I come back up here, Tom? Yeah. Jim, would you like to comment?
Actually, just more or less you've heard our recommendation, but this was discussed fully to bend over backwards in every way possible to help this group, because they've been good workers as far as the labor movement's concerned. They're active politically and everything. And if we can come at some solution, of course, it was beyond me to understand why the locals that could afford it wouldn't stay in, and those that couldn't drop out, since we were gonna keep them on the mailing list. But I mean, I would be willing to bend over backwards to try and help this group every way possible, because I think I'm pretty close to that group. And that was the idea in mind. We do need them in here to help carry out this program. I mean, that is one of the main things. And so that was the basis behind our making this recommendation last night, was that if it was any way possible to keep the group in, we would.
Right. Jack?
First, I'd like to say, Claude, that, money is vital to the program. I know the people who are involved are on a very low dues structure. Frankly, I have never been too sympathetic with people who sacrifice the progress of labor for a matter of a little money. And we are talking about a little money. Actually, $2.70 a year per member, which is not much if you got it. It's everything if you hadn't got it. And clothing workers, in many cases, I know, does not have it. We have our financial problems also. Matter of fact, we are in a real news shuffle right now. Our small local union, 985 in Cleveland, are having to raise dues. You heard Brother Galat say that effective January the 1st, our per capita tax international is increasing 60 cents. Well, it was 90 cents. So that's quite an increase from 90 to $1.50. In order to do that, we're reducing our assessments, which is the Business Managers Fund, by 0.2%. Those who earn in excess of $300 will actually come out ahead. Those who earn less will be confronted with a dues increase, overall dues and assessment. But to me, when we're talking about the progress of the program, which we have adopted, and 30 cents a year, or a total of $2.70 a year, we're still not talking about much money. I bet you that over 50% of the people that walk over a dues increase are smokers. Right. Now, wouldn't they be willing to give as much as a package of cigarettes to continue the program as it's going now per year? We need the people as bad, if not worse, than we need the money. Right. So we can't sacrifice people for money, yet we've got to have the money if we keep the progress going. This proposition, as far as I'm concerned, was made as a gesture, and I think we made the minimum, or the maximum, I should say, concession to amalgamated in order to keep them in. I think I expressed to Sister Guyton last year in a committee meeting, I don't remember what committee, on this very thing, that I certainly was not sympathetic with people who were not willing to pay in order to see progress in the labor movement. So I'm not telling her news. We want you people with us. Glad to have you here today too. We want you to be here every meeting from now on. So I would offer to them a suggestion that they go home and sell the program or resell the program to their people. That's the people that's going to be affected. And see if there isn't some way that all of these people can participate in this program and stay with us. You are the only people in too many places that represent organized labor. And without you, there's going to be a void in that particular location as far as labor is concerned. And no one is going to benefit any more than each individual member of your local unit. Progress will be made. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, in attempting to defend the position of the executive committee, I would like to say in behalf of the committee that this was being recommended in the spirit of reasonable compromise, without which no big group can operate. There has to be at least some concessions to various viewpoints. You're probably familiar with the incident in the Bible that has reference to the law of the Medes and the Persians, which cannot be altered or could not be altered or changed, repealed, or otherwise altered in any manner whatsoever. It'll be a sad day, I think, for the labor movement to ever get to the point in which concessions, reasonable concessions, cannot be made for the general benefit of the group as a whole. I believe that every time that the national political parties goes to a convention, with the makeup of the convention being such that it, as it is, with all shades of political philosophies, there has to be some spirit of compromise to get out a platform on which the candidate can base his campaign. I think that you could delve back into history just a little bit, and I believe it was Henry Clay that was thought of as the great compromiser. But in so doing, I think he lost his chance to become one of the great American presidents. But the thing that he was trying to do would have been for the interest of the country as a whole. I think that you might could recall more recent history in which Governor Coleman went to the Democratic Convention and was able to bring about a spirit of compromise to the extent that the Southern delegation remained in the party. And so it's in that spirit largely that the committee has seen fit to offer this, as to hold out the olive branch, if you want to put it in that manner, or to offer at least a reasonable compromise that would almost, that at least we hope would guarantee the full participation of all people that go to make up this council. And it's in that spirit, in that manner, in which I am defending the acts of the executive committee.
Yes, Claude, of course, as everybody here knows, I am from the Amalgamated, and been a member of the organization longer than Brother Stevens or Sister Guy. And I feel like that I know something about these local unions, about their financial circumstances, how they operate. And I realize that what Frieder said there a while ago about a couple of local shield guys, two others, as a matter of fact, that they are in a bad way as far as money is concerned. Well, of course, this has been pointed out to everybody that Claude and I have talked to in that organization. From the New York office right on down, this has been pointed out. Certainly nobody would expect any local in the Amalgamated or any other organization that is finances are such to affiliate and participate in this organization. Now, this business of, and I vigorously disagree with this, as I told James Jackson just Wednesday, this business of all or none, that's no good. It's true that all of the locals in this state now are affiliated with the joint board. Certainly this joint board is an organization set up by which in time the organization then will bargain with all of the companies with which they have contracts in the jurisdiction. This is definitely a needed organization in their setup. The joint board, the organization in your larger cities and bigger areas where you have bigger memberships, been that way for some time. And of course, as they've got it now, you have a heck of a time bargaining in the industry. And again, I have some experience at that. I can see why that organization is important. Nobody argues with that. But yet and still, when it comes to this business, this all or none business, I just don't go with it. Now, there's locals in the organization that can pay this. And of course, as I said, there's some that can't. As I pointed out to the officials that we met with in Washington, this labor movement was built on sacrifice. You and I, all of us in this room today, without its old grandpa Starnes back there, got all that we've got on a silver platter, so to speak. I mean, we're the recipients of the benefits, the wages and whatnot that was brought about by the real old timers. I mean, we all have our problems. I'm not saying that it's a bed of roses, but we in this day and age more or less have had it passed on to us. At any rate, now it's still going to take sacrifice. It takes sacrifice on the part of every one of us. You know that. Most all the people in here are full-time people. If you're not, you're officer, you're active. You don't ever know when you'll go home at night. I tried to point out to these people that this sacrifice, it comes right back to this business of the per capita tax here, whether it be 22.5 cents or whatever it might be. Some of the locals have problems. We have problems with our personal budget. I know I do mine. I think the thing's busted, to tell you the truth. But we have to determine what we can spend, what we have our necessities on with respect to the family. Every week, every month, we have to determine, we have to hold it to that. We know we got to do that. The kids got to have clothes, we got to have groceries. Most of the women folks decide they got to wear shoes these days. But, and I said that to say this, in this labor movement, I tried to show them this in Washington, that I know that some of the locals are having a time, but still in all, this is just as important as buying a new shirt or a new car or groceries, as a matter of fact. This is our bread and butter we're talking about. And I feel like that we have to exert a certain amount of effort here, a certain amount of sacrifice in this business here, because I think there's not a one in this room today. But what will agree that the state labor council, regardless who the officers in the board are, us or whoever it might be, the state labor council is the organization that's got to determine whether or not we hang on, whether or not we even stay here, let alone accumulating anything else or doing anything further for the people. And I think this is something that the people need to think about. I spent 2 hours and a half with Jackson day before yesterday, around there in the office. Done everything I know to do. I talked to him. I pled with him as a member of the organization about this thing. I didn't seem to have had any luck much. I can assure you one thing, that insofar as the Hattiesburg local is concerned, and I told Frieda and WA this before this meeting, that they're going to know about this. They're going to hear about it before we get through. Not know when that'll be, but they're going to hear about it. And as I said, this is business that the leadership seems to hang to, all or none, all or none. I don't go for that. I think that the locals that are able to pay it ought to pay it. With respect to our recommendation here, I don't think I can say anything that Jack or Jim or Marvin, Claude hadn't said. Certainly, I might recap it in this way, that this was done even though we realize, and nobody, not taking anything away from you, but nobody realizes the situation we in more than Claude and I. Naturally, that's our job. We worried with it. We're sick. We're disgusted almost. We know that we're just barely making it now with taking in consideration the fact that these locals haven't paid in the last few months. We got a real problem. Of course, we know that affiliation. If we'd get the locals in the state affiliated with the council, we'd be out doing something else, whistling, going on about our business, doing something, instead of sitting up here worrying ourselves to death about the situation. I realize that we need every penny of the 22.5 cents, with 30 or 35,000 far as that goes. I can see what Bert's talking about. At the same time, we felt that if we could do this, if the board would accept this what you'd call a token concession here, as far as the money is concerned, that this would tend to show our faith that we were trying to do something, as supposedly agreed in Washington on this thing. Now, whether or not, how far we'll get, we don't know. We've tried to take into consideration everybody. We represent all of it, regardless of what organization we come from. We represent all of it. And certainly we've taken everything and everybody in consideration. And we came up with this thing in hopes, in sincere hope, that this thing would spark some effort, some work, that would create a move towards a final solution to this problem. I think that's about the only thing that I know.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone realizes the atmosphere that we live in, that the state council can change and affect any better than I do. It's true that we bargain in a high wage rate, classifications and otherwise. Probably one of the highest. The electrical industry is one of the higher in the nation, and we're grateful for it. But every time that we come to the table to bargain, our average rate of the group that we cover in the manufacturing industry, over the manufacturing industry in the state of Mississippi, is already in excess of $1 an hour. What kind of atmosphere does that leave us to bargain in? We can't bargain very well with the industry, only through the state council. And no local union as an individual is going to do a very effective job at the bargaining table in the political atmosphere that we are in right now. You know that as well as I do. So it's only through the state council that we have hopes of bettering our standard of living, since we are among the higher wage groups in the state. The average manufacturing wage, according to the figures that we have in the Jackson area, is almost 20 cents an hour over the state, which gives you some little idea as to the influence maybe that organization within the Jackson area might have. Not only that, but there is some groups, Knox Glass for one, Armstrong Rubber for another, and the group that we bargain for has quite a bit to do with kicking this Jackson wage rate up. So it's only through the state council that we can get the atmosphere right for bargaining for the other groups, or the smaller groups that are organized, and certainly more organization, and a better political climate is the solution to every problem that we have. Not only that, it's not impossible for us to lose any contract just by the lack of legislation.
Right. Very true.
Well, Tom over there was talking about these old timers a while ago, and about everybody in the room having it handed to them on a silver platter. I'm in that old timers group. I didn't have it handed to me on a silver platter.
Well, I am too. I wanna get in that category too.
I came in at 36 cents an hour.
Well, me and you in the same category. I'm in that category, and I think maybe Martin, this guy, yeah, he's one of them old timers. He fought that battle down in that, rubber working striped Natchez, did you, son?
Right there.
You one of them old timers.
I think it's
Well,
Well, there's a few of us, yeah. He ain't just that guy back there. There's a few more of us, yeah.
well, let me say this in
Yeah.
response to something that he said a while
Yeah.
ago. I don't want anybody to think that I am critical of the executive committee, or that I'm gonna fall out with anybody if my wishes and my opinion is not carried.
Yeah.
I think you were sincere. I think you're mistaken. That's all. I think you're
Well,
mistaken.
let's put it this
Therefore,
way, Bert.
I
Let's
can't
put it this
go.
way. We all appreciate your attitude. I want you to know I do. This has been a real tough problem, and we've done the best with it we know how. Now, we hope that this will get the job done. We don't have any assurances that it'll get the job done. They might just tell us to go jump right in the middle of the river. The only hopes is somebody above the state director, as I view the situation now, doing something about this. I was very much disappointed, and I had sincerely hoped that the thing could be worked out on the basis that we told you we proposed to them. We thought it was fair, and that we had went beyond what we could be expected to do in this particular kind of a situation. We felt that the committee would go along with it. But there's a number of other things that has to be considered in this thing, in addition to what's been said. We've got a number of people in this organization that's very much in sympathy with what we're trying to do. They hate very much to see this happen with the group going out of the council. You understand what I mean? The organizing department, the union labor department, and all of these people, they recognize that there's something that this organization is important to all of them. And I want you to know that out of respect to people such as that the executive committee has made and went into this thing in detail and has made this recommendation here. Now, at the next meeting of my executive board, we can easily enough find ourselves in a position that we're in worse shape then than we are now. And we might have to make a decision at the next meeting of this executive board again of equal importance here. We might have to at that time decide again whether to reduce the staff to one man or increase dues. I'm just laying it out here for what it is. Now, we have had some assurance from the AFL-CIO national office that they're not going to let the council go under, that there will be some financial assistance given if it becomes necessary. Now, we don't know what that means. As far as I'm personally concerned, I'd rather stay away from it if possible. As long as you get money out of them, you've got to